Aluhu. El Shaddai Elohim Molei Avotenu. Abiyah Rabbi Yitzchak Rabbi Yaakov. Atah Kadosh V'Shemeka Kadosh Baruch Shemeka L'Olam Vayeh. V'Shamru B'nei Yisrael El Shabbat La'asot El Shabbat Le'Dorotam V'Olam. Ve'Ini B'nei Yisrael Oti L'Olam. Ki Sheshechani Masa El Shaddai V'Ashamayim. V'Et Haaretz V'Bayom Hasbi Shabbat V'Nachbash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Emineka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok L'Olam Vayeh. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchutzo L'Olam Vayeh. Baruch Kavod Elohim Min Kumo Lekayom. Aluhu L'Olam Vayeh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means declare the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High is working perfect for all ways of justice, God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head of Israel, chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, judges, officers. I give unto you in the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
May you see it.
Get it. Get it.
Sameyachani, Shabbat, Sameyachani, Shabbat, Sameyachani, Ani Orevayo, Shelemoa, Sehayamato, Sameyachani, 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 Ani Orevayo, Shelemoa. Kia o Shela, o Yami, Kia o Natan, o Levari, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Ashishi Fadas, Samia Samia, Ashishi Fadas, Samia Samia, Ashishi Fadas, Samia Anio Evayo Shela. Ani Orevayo Shelemoa, Baruch Adonai, Shabbat, Sameyachani, Shabbat, Sameyachani, Shabbat, Sameyachani, Ani Orevayo Shelemoa. Ayumato, Sameyachani, 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 Ani Orevayo Shelemoa, Kia o Shela, o Yami, Kia o Natan, o Devarim, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Ashishi Fadas, Samia, 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 Anio Evayo Shelemoa,
The severity of the Shabbat day? I said, do we truly know the severity and the importance of the Shabbat day? Huh? Do we know that that the Shabbat day was established by God? This day was established by God after he made the world in 6 days. After God created the world in 6 days, created. The word for created is bara, means to bring into existence, which means anything that was brought into existence wasn't there. It wasn't there. So God didn't need things and neurons and things to create the heavens and the earth and everything that's in it. Because we take away, when we do these things and we say these things, we take away from God's power of the spoken word. God has the spoken word. Only God can speak things into existence that wasn't there. You ain't seen no land there until God spoke it into existence. You didn't see no light there until God spoke it into existence. Everything that came about, God spoke it into existence. So we got to stop taking away from the power of the spoken word, of God's spoken word. Huh? He was the first to acknowledge it. Huh? I said God was the first one to acknowledge it. Why? Because he ceased. In the Hebrew, in the English, it says he rested from his work. But when you read it in the Hebrew, it says he ceased from his work. He ceased from creating. Okay? He was the first to acknowledge it and declare this 7th day a period of rest. To cease in the Hebrew, it says. Okay? Before sin polluted the world and work became a thing that God commanded us to cease. I said before sin polluted the world, the Shabbat was spoken into existence. Huh? Before the rules and the regulations of not to work on the Shabbat day, of the things that God constitutes as work on the Sabbath day. And the only way we can constitute and know what work is on the Shabbat day, you got to read the book. I said you got to read the book. So if you don't read the book and God open your eyes to it, you're not going to know. We need to realize one thing. We need to realize and understand one thing. Everybody, what you was exposed to and your understanding don't have to level up with this person's understanding and what he's exposed to. Because God deals with everybody differently according to the reins of a man's heart. According to the reins of a woman's heart, God will deal with you. Okay? And God open your eyes. God opens some eyes more so than some. So what the person's eyes that God opened up and allowed that person to see, you ain't got to see it and understand. You ain't got to understand and see it. There was things that my father explained to me that I did not understand. But guess what? Because he's my father and I trust that he's going to guide me and lead me in the way of righteousness, I took heed to it.
That's right.
Hoping that God opened my eyes to it later on in life. See, this is what we don't have. You know what Abraham had? You know what Abraham had that we don't have as a people? Blind allegiance. We are a people that need proof. That's why you can't serve God.
Right.
That's why you can't serve God. I need proof. I need to be explained to. I need to be told this. I need all that. Huh? Abraham wasn't like that. Abraham ain't tell God, what? Abraham had faithfulness and loyalty in God. And God saw the faithfulness and loyalty in Abraham from when he was serving idols. God's a wood and stone. That's why he chose them. So the Shabbat day was brought into existence or created before sin polluted the world. Before Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Huh? the standards and the curriculum was set from the beginning. Who did God charge first? Adam or Eve?
Adam.
God charged Adam first. God said, Adam, what you did? He said, the woman you gave me. He said, the woman you gave me. Right? As we read later on down the line, this is why you got to read here a little and there a little. There was a man named Ezra. Ezra didn't mention Eve. This is a prophet of God. This is the priest of the Lord. This is a man that was accepted by God. There was a man that was taken up like Elijah and Enoch. And Ezra said, Adam. He said, oh, thou Adam, what hast thou done? He said, what did you do, Adam? He said, because it ain't just you that died, that's being affected from this. But we all are being affected by this, just off of what you did. He said, before sin polluted the world, and work became a thing that God commanded us to cease from. So now we got to know what is work. What does God constitute as work? And in order to find these things out, again, you need God to open your eyes to these things in the book when you read it. Because people think it's just servile work. But when you look in the Hebrew, it says meleket aboda. Meleket or melaka is work. Aboda or abad means to serve. Okay? The first interaction that a man did work on the Shabbat day and got killed for it. The man got caught gathering sticks. God didn't kill him for his intentions. God didn't kill him because he intended to build a fire. God killed him for the action that he did, which was to gather. They took him, put him in war, inquired of God. God said, put him to death. So therefore, I can't say we, because the laws of God would be expounded and explained so simple that a man with one eyeglass can see it. And we still go against it. And we still go against it. So God killed that man for gathering sticks. What's the next thing? The time of the manna in Exodus 16. The children of Israel, see, God in his infinite wisdom brought the children of Israel through the wilderness. And you don't think that God knew that there was no water there to drink? You don't think that God knew that there was no food there for them to drink? Because they could not eat from those cattle, because those cattle was dedicated to the offerings and the sacrifice of God. So why did you even ask yourself, why did God bring this people through this wilderness when there's nothing there to eat or drink? Because God, after everything that you experience from God, which is his glory, he expected this people that from what they saw and witnessed, based on what they saw and witnessed from in Egypt, for them to put their trust 100% in God and don't fold. Don't fold. So I wasn't supposed to be murmuring. We wasn't supposed to be murmuring. You know why? We was not supposed to be murmuring against my God. You know why we wasn't supposed to be murmuring? Because after everything God showed us, after everything that God showed us, showed the nation, we should have had enough belief in us to trust in God and turn to God for food. Have enough belief and trust in God to turn to God for water or whatsoever they needed. Huh?
Yeah.
or whatsoever they needed. Centuries later, it was included in the 10 Commandments. Centuries later, it was included in the 10 Commandments. The Decalogue. The Decalogue. Powerful words coming directly out of the mouth of the Creator. Exodus 20 these was words coming directly out the mouth of God. Directly out the mouth of God. And these words are so powerful that if recited, it will have an effect on your spirit in time. In time, it will have an effect on your spirit. Okay? He said that's why when recited, it will have an effect on your spirit in time with the person putting in work. It's not going to have an effect on your spirit if you are not incorporating work for God as far as fulfilling the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. In order for this thing here to work, I have to be putting in work for God, fulfilling His laws, His commandments, and His statutes. Okay? In the beginning, we learn about God speaking the world into existence. A day at a time. Not only once. Not only once. Took the Creator 6 days to create the earth and the heavens and everything that's in it. A day at a time. Not all at once, which is an example of itself. This shows that there are stages in development. So if you only have a certain amount of time in doing these laws, your stage of development is not as high as the person's stage of development that's been doing it for 50, 60, 70 years. Both you guys are not, this person, you two guys are not going to have the same understanding of the law. Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 6. Got it?
Got it.
Got it, brother? Got it. Deuteronomy chapter 6.
Deuteronomy chapter 6. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you.
To teach you. Now we sit in teachings, in services, to learn the ways of God. This is the purpose of us sitting in these chairs, hearing the words and the laws of God, so that we can learn the ways of God, so that we can be better with ourselves, so that we can be better ourselves, not pointing the fingers or magnifying one's faults, but to acknowledge your faults and what you are coming up short in with the Creator and correct it. So this is why we cannot tell you smooth things. I can't butter it up. I can't smooth it out no smoother than the way God have it. Because I need, and my purpose is to show the people where they are coming up short at. So when we acknowledge that we are coming up short in God in a particular instance or situation, it is your duty, my duty, our duty to change that and correct that in the eyes of God, so that we can be better before Him and stand out before the Creator. Our power is not diminished, but we have not activated it because we are so far away from God. The things that has deplete our power with God is iniquity. So that's why nobody can inquire of God and get an answer right away. Like Isaac's wife. She looked, she said, why am I thus? She didn't go to her husband. She went before God and said, oh Lord, what's going on in here? God told her, He said, 2 nations is in your womb. 2 manner of people is in your womb. And God ran it down. ran it down to her before it happened, before it took place. Now, part of teaching or speaking about this holy God shows that you have accepted his laws. Huh? A teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God. Okay? A teacher instructs by using precepts, examples, or experience. Precepts is a general rule to regulate your behavior and your thinking pattern. That's what these commandments, laws, commandments, and statutes does. It regulates your behavior and your thinking pattern. So by me taking heed to these laws, you will begin to think differently than that person. You will begin to think differently than a heathen. That's why a heathenistic way of thinking, a person with heathenistic thoughts and ways of thinking cannot serve God. Can't serve God because you have a heathenistic way of thinking. Okay? Let's read it.
The statutes and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it.
Tamshi.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God. God has commanded us to be afraid of him. God has commanded us to fear him. This is the same fear that God said that we should fear our parents with.
That's right. That's right.
Why?
That's right. That's right.
Why? God said we should fear our parents, the same law, the same fear that we fear him with. It means to be afraid of, right? Which means be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to offend your parents.
That's right.
Be afraid to go against your parents' commands.
That's right.
That's the fear that God is looking for in us. For us to be afraid to go against God's commandments. For us to be afraid to go against our parents' commands. Okay? So before you fear God, you're going to fear what people think.
That's right.
Why? Because I'm always worried about how the world thinks about me.
That's right. That's my problem.
And because I worry about how this one thinks about me, I'm afraid to explain to him or her my way of life and how I live and what I constitute and live my life by. Because I don't want you to think of me no way. But what about how God think about you? Do we consider that at any time? See, these are things that we need to put into perspective. Huh? How God and what does God think of you? And if we're considering what God thinks of you, then we will correct ourselves according to the laws and the commandments of God. We taking this thing here for a joke.
Right.
And we're taking our time before we begin to advance in these laws, because in time, God deals with time. I said, God deals with time. And if we don't accomplish, everybody have a designated time. Your time is not my time. My time is not your time. Everybody has a limit and a time that we need to accomplish before God shuts the door. Before God hedged up the way so that we cannot find our way back to him. All right, I'm in Deuteronomy 6, verse 2.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
And his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it.
Hear, O Israel. Go ahead. Therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it. Be on guard. Be on guard with yourself. Be on point with yourself. Because if we are not on point with ourselves, if we are not on point with the thoughts and the mentality, the thoughts and the opinions that comes to our mind that is contrary from what God says, there goes lies. That's where lies the sin at. That's where your fault lies at. Go ahead.
And observe to do it, that it may be well with thee.
That it may be well with thee, so that it be good with you. Read.
And that ye may increase mightily.
They may increase mightily.
As the Lord God of thy fathers had promised thee. In the land that floweth with milk and honey. Verse 4.
Verse 4.
Hear, O Israel,
Hear, O
the
Israel,
Lord our
the
God
Lord our God
is one Lord.
is one Lord.
And thou shalt
Shema
love
Yisrael, El Shaddai, Eloheinu, El Shaddai, Echad. It's one God. It's one God. It's not two in one. You don't have to go through the Son to get to the Father and all this foolishness. There's only one God. It's only one God, man. One God. And this one God that we serve has one way to getting close to him. There's no other way. It's only by following after his laws, commandments, and statutes. His way or the highway. We want to incorporate our own ways, and we want God to accept it. So the ways of God, we have to incorporate the ways of God. We have to incorporate the commandments of God. We have to incorporate and hate the things that God hates and love the things that God loves. So if God don't accept it, I can't accept it. I said, if God don't accept it, you cannot accept it. Because God don't accept it. What part of that we don't understand? God don't accept it. We cannot accept the things that God don't accept. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. Huh? Love is based on admiration. When, in order to learn and get the science, like people call it, people say the science of the laws, the meaning and the definition, and get the pure meaning of these laws, you need a good dictionary. And the definitions that you look up has to correlate with what you read. Okay? So when I looked up worship, it goes into admiration, which means anything you admire, you worship. So I'm not going to admire my father and my mother because admiration goes to God. God said to honor your father and your mother. God said to glorify your father and your mother. So if you're glorifying your father and your mother, then I'm not going to talk bad about them. I'm not going to talk bad about them. I said, I don't have nothing bad to say about my mother and my father. I can't speak on that. Because God has commanded me to honor and glorify my parents. All right? So now, to love, it means based on admiration, benevolence, and common interest. What does admiration mean? A feeling of delighted or astonished approbation. What does approbation mean? Approbation means when you approve formally. You know how many times with my ex, I'm looking for some type of declaration. I'm looking for some type of assurance in God. Because you have some time in doing these laws, and I've been reading and showing you that this God exists. So I'm looking for this woman to make some type of declaration saying that, listen, man, I have acknowledged you. And I know that this God is the only God. But she has not built herself up in the laws of God to be able to voice such words.
Stand up on that.
How do I build myself up in God? By fulfilling the laws of commandments in God. I don't believe it. I don't accept it. But I will fulfill it until my spirit begins to believe and accept it. Hey, we do these laws, sitting in these chairs, and your spirit don't accept it. But you rule your spirit to fulfill these commandments, and in time, I said in time, your spirit will grow to love these laws, commandments, and statutes. Because this is a ruling that God has commanded us to do. That's a part of ruling your spirit. So therefore, we continue and we fulfill it, and we fulfill. This is why this is not a light thing. My spirit has to love this. And my spirit ain't going to love this from me sitting home, not congregating. You have a lot of people say, "But why you didn't come to teach us?" I say, "Well, I didn't come to teach them. I was tired. I was just resting. You know, I'm still doing the command. I'm resting. But little do you know, in the word, in the English, it says rest. But in the Hebrew, God says to cease from work. He said nothing about rest. And I'm tired. That's on you. I'm tired too. I want to be sleeping. I get up every morning, 3:30 every morning. And I don't leave the job till 5:30. On my feet doing laborious work for 5 days out the week. You think I don't be tired sitting in that chair Friday night, reading and studying, but I got to put time in. That is the sacrifice that we need to learn to put for God. And if we don't sacrifice and give something up for God, then what do you want God to do for you? Why do we expect so much from God, but we refuse to sacrifice for his laws? Why? Why are we like this? Why can't we see our faults? Why can't we see and acknowledge our shortcomings? So when certain things comes in your head to tell you to do, and you see yourself doing something, pull yourself back and hold yourself back and show that you have acquired a little strength. A little strength. But your strength for God depletes because we sin presumptuously. We lose the strength to hold ourselves back because we can't hold ourselves back because we continue to violate the laws and the commandments of God presumptuously. So approbation means what? When you approve formally. Huh? Common interest. You know what's our common interest? And if my common interest is your common interest, then I won't be turning my head looking at everything that walk by.
Uh-oh.
I say if my common interest is her common interest, is not her interest, then I won't even be desiring her and looking at her. Why? Because first and foremost in my life is God. So I may look at her and say, what I'm gonna do with that? She ain't gonna serve my God anyway. Right. Let me keep it pushing. Right. It's a waste of time. Oh, he ain't gonna serve my God anyway. Why am I looking at that? That's a waste of time. My desire is to find a woman that wants to serve God so we can raise children up in the fear of God. In the fear of God. Y'all know submission is a feminine trait? Submission is a feminine trait. It's a feminine trait. We gotta wait, man.
Make it clear.
There's an order. God didn't command the woman to submit to God. God commanded man to submit to God.
That's right.
And when God brought the laws and the commandments and the statutes down to the people, he didn't bring the woman. He said, bring the man.
That's right.
Because the man, in return, put the laws down on the family. And in return, the wife put her foot down with the children and make sure that they follow the laws and the commandments and statutes that the father brought down to the house.
That's how it goes.
So there's an order. The men submit to God. The wife submit to the husband. The children submit to the parents. But the husband has the rule in the fear of God, in righteousness. Somebody got to listen to somebody.
Yeah.
But we got to rule in righteousness. Because if we're not ruling in righteousness, then that's what's going to separate and break the house up. That's what's going to break the house up. Okay? Benevolence. Benevolence is disposition to do good. Okay. You know what the disposition to do good? The disposition to do good, that's what God saw in whose son? In whose son?
Abraham.
No, not Abraham, the king's son. Was it Jeroboam?
Jeroboam.
Jeroboam's son.
Good.
He saw the disposition in Jeroboam's son to do that which was lawful and right. So because he saw the disposition in Jeroboam's son to do that which was lawful and right, he killed them. Because if he remained and he kept them alive, his father was going to corrupt him. I said if he left them alive, his father was going to corrupt them. But then we want to ask God, why? Why? He was an innocent child. Why did God kill him? Huh? God got his reason why he killed him. Huh? Submission meaning taking the feminine role. Okay? Submission is a powerful role. Femininity is powerful. But the American woman has been brainwashed, programmed to take on the masculine role. It's the reason why that happened. Because we got no good men. Yeah. We got no good men that get the woman pregnant and run off on her. Yeah. I'm not going to put the blame on the woman. Yeah. Sometimes we come across good women. Yeah. But they come across no good men. So they pump the woman up with children and leave. I don't want nothing to do with her or the child. So now the woman has to take on the feminine role and the masculine role and raise the children. Am I right? Right. And raise the children. But then we don't look at that. You're like, evil woman, shut up. Do you know what she's been through and what she had to do to raise that family? Do you know even what happened or what took place? So we can't assume and blame without information, without knowing what's going on. You know why? Because part of hatred is a false accusation. Uh-oh. You know what taught me that? The book. In Deuteronomy 22, it said, occasion of speech. In the Hebrew, it says false accusations. Then later on, when you read it, he said he hated her. So don't falsely accuse nobody that you love. All right? That's right. So now, because of this, the women begin to manage their relationship through fear, control, and survival. That's what? The wall. I am afraid of getting hurt. I am afraid of laying my wall down and accepting you in my life because I've been hurt too many damn times. Too many times. He said fear can have a significant impact on the individual's ability to connect with others. Because you are afraid, that's what allows you not to connect with this person. All right? Form a meaningful relationship, and then can lead to a number of negative emotions, feelings, and behavior that can hinder their ability to build and maintain a healthy relationship, as opposed to feelings and knowing or flourishing. So we do it the way we was taught, which is by a masculine nature. Some of the criteria that women look for in the reality of the day keep the woman in the negative mental state. Yeah. Okay? We ain't gonna go into all this. Let's finish where we at. Okay, benevolence. Benevolence means disposition to do good. What is disposition? What do you mean by disposition to do good? Disposition is the positive or negative way a person views the world. Okay? Views the world and everything else in it. So now when you're viewing the world, I have to have a Hebrew mentality, an Israelite mentality, so that I'm able to view the world with an Israelite mentality. Okay? Your character is determined by your inner moral values. Your inner moral values goes according to your beliefs that you use to analyze opinions, situations, and thoughts. So opinions and situations and things that and thoughts will be analyzed, what? How? By God. That's what Constitution tells me whether I need to eject a thought or I need to harbor it. That's what tells me I need to stop behaving this way or I need to behave this way. By what you taught and what you train yourself by. That's right. And what do we train ourselves by? The curriculum and the standards of God. So the curriculum and the standards of God is what teaches us how to behave, how to react, how to think. That decides what's right or appropriate way. Your personality reflects who you are as an individual. As an individual. So when we do things that's contrary and not godly, it tells me how you are. You can change. You can be better. But in order for a person to be better, you have to recognize that flaw in you. That's right. You have to be able to acknowledge the negativity that is in you in order to change. AA meeting. I am an alcoholic. I am an alcoholic. Which means you gotta acknowledge that you was an alcoholic in order to stop being an alcoholic. I gotta acknowledge that I am evil and I need to change in order to stop being evil. I gotta be able to acknowledge my faults so I can correct these things with myself. Time sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 5.
Time sheet.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart,
With all your heart.
with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
Know what that means? With all your heart, soul, and mind. Nobody gets that. I can't love my children with all my heart, soul, and might because at any given time, I'm going to have to separate myself from them. I said at any given time, I'm going to have to separate myself from you. I can't love my wife with all my heart, soul, and might because at any given time, I may have to separate myself from you. What is the only thing that will cause me to separate from my wife and my children is when God is in the middle of it. That's right. You start violating these commandments. God said, listen, man, if you love God with all your heart, soul, and might, I'm not going to allow you to violate the things that I fulfill and that I acknowledge. There's so much keys in this book. There's so much understanding and keys in this book that we have to pray to God to open our eyes to his laws so that we can understand this. He said, love God with all your heart, soul, and might. Okay, go ahead.
And these words, which I command thee this day,
shall
be in thine heart.
Shall be in thy heart. Shall be in your heart. Shall be your understanding. Shall be in your mind. Because when it speaks about the heart, that's called leb. Leb also means your heart, your understanding, and your mindset. Has to be that. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
The word for teach diligently. Shinantam. The Hebrew word shinantam, meaning shanan, means to inculate. It means to inculate. You know what to inculate means? To instill. Ooh. To instill a certain type of attitude, idea, or habit in God by persistent instructions. Lord have mercy. How do I do that? How do I instill a certain type of attitude, idea, or habit in God by persistent instructions? I grab my son and I teach him in the fear of God. So the things that God accepts, my son won't accept. 10, 11, 12 years old. That's the reason why when his mother asked him, she said, son, do you want to come with me on the cruise? My 12-year-old son said, no, Ima, I don't want to go. So then when he came home, he's sitting down. He's bored. My mother, his grandmother, said, son, she said, I see you walking around in the house all bored. She said, why you just didn't go with your Ima? You know what my son said? He said, I didn't go with my Ima because I want to be able to observe the Sabbath day. And this is 12 years old. But that comes with the Father instilling the laws and the commandments in the Son over and over, which will instill a certain type of mentality, which will instill a certain train of thought. A certain train of thought, a certain habit. This has to be habitual. And nothing becomes a habit without practicing. It don't become a habit overnight. I'm not gonna grow accustomed to this one time. Because God deals with time. God deals with time. Okay? So to talk. He says, you shall talk. Go ahead, Tom sheet.
And shall talk of them when thou sittest in thine house.
And shall talk of them when thou sittest in thine house.
When thou walkest by the way.
When thou walk by the way.
And when thou liest down.
When you lie down.
When thou risest up.
And when you rise up. So if we don't talk about this great God, then I would never know how you think. I got to know your mind frame and how you think about certain situations, certain things. How do you view this? How do you look at this? What is your opinion on this? And according to your idea and your view and your opinion, it has to correlate with God's opinion. It has to correlate with the idea of God. It has to incorporate with what God says. And if it doesn't incorporate with what God says, that's when you got to step in and say, oh, it's not valid. Well, why is not valid? Are you telling me that my opinion is not valid? See, that's what No, I'm not telling you that. You know why it's not valid? Because God don't validate that opinion. That's why. It ain't about me, brother. It's not about me, brother. And it's not about me, sister. It's about what God validates. Right. What God validates. That's the only thing that matters. That matters. Okay? So again, if we don't talk about it, talk about this great God, then I would never know how you think. The ideas that formulate in your mind, whether it's good or evil thoughts against God. Your feelings towards what God agrees or disagrees with. I don't agree with that, but God agrees with it. Okay. Or I disagree with that, but God agrees with it. Okay. Be careful. And this is a training that we all got to watch. We got to watch our train of thought, and we got to rule our spirit to agree with what God agrees with. Right. Disagree with what God disagrees with. Even though it doesn't sizzle in your spirit. It don't sit well with you. It don't sit well with you. You got to tell yourself. And you got to speak to yourself. Listen, I know I don't agree with this. But God accepted it, and I have to train myself to accept it. We don't tell ourselves that. We continue to live our life on disagreeing and agreeing with what you like or don't like. Not caring if God likes it. That's right. Not caring if God dislikes it. And that's the problem. Time sheet.
Verse 8. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand. And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. You shall
bind them for what?
For a sign.
A sign upon your hand.
And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes.
They shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. God told us what to put in our hands. God told us what to put between our eyes. He never said to put the kai between your eyes. There are laws, commandments, and statutes specifically that God said to put between the eyes and bind it on your hand. And you will find it in Deuteronomy 6, Exodus 13, and Deuteronomy 11. Some you bind it on your hand and your front leg. Some you put on the doorpost. Time sheet.
Verse 9. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities.
To give thee great and goodly cities.
Which thou buildest not.
You didn't build it, but I got it for you.
Verse 11. The house is full of all good things which thou buildest not. And wells dig which thou diggest not. Vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten.
Wait a minute. That's why God, you don't realize the setup. God looked at the nation of Israel and said, I am married to you. So therefore, God, because God took the nation of Israel to himself, sounds like a husband dealing with a wife. He provided a place where Israel. He provided a land and got a land. Ready. Everything planted, houses built. This is your land. Isn't that what a husband's supposed to do with his wife?
Right.
When I go and I look at your daughter and I want your daughter, I'll come to you. And I said, listen, I like your daughter. And I don't desire her to be my girlfriend or some ragamuffin or somebody I just go to whenever I feel need to release my neck.
That's right. Talk about it, man.
I want your daughter to be my wife. So when you're speaking about being married to a man's daughter, I have to provide a place where she can live at.
That's right.
I have to show and prove that I'm able to feed her. I got to show and prove that I'm able to shelter her, provide for her, support her emotionally, physically, mentally. It's my job to figure out what's bothering my wife. That's why Elkanah looked at it and said, hey. He said, he had to say nothing. He said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? But her desire was to have a son for her husband. That was her desire, to have a son for her husband. And guess what? That's a woman's true desire. I don't care if I just had one. I'm ready to go again. When you gonna put another one up in here? I want to try for a girl now.
Give me a girl.
Yeah, I want a girl. Yeah, don't laugh, brother. Give her a girl. Give her a girl, brother. But that's the desire of a woman, man. That's the desire of a woman, to have a child for her husband in righteousness. And that's a beautiful thing, man. That's what God says. I hate putting it away. I hate putting it away, man. I hate that. I despise that. You don't like that. You don't like that, man. Let's read it. Where we at?
Middle of 11.
Go ahead.
Wells dig, which thou diggest not.
Which thou
Vineyards
diggest
and
not.
olive trees, which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten and be full.
You got brothers now asking for water, and they ain't got hot water to cry with. They ain't got nowhere to put them. Guess what? He got to move in with her. Backwards. He got to move in with her. And then check this out. After he done move in with her, he talking about he want a wife, another wife. Negro, you not even taking care of the first one. That's the nigga mentality in you.
That's right.
That's the nigga promiscuous mentality that you have in you that you need to remove. Because the word adultery is na'af. It means adultery and fornicate.
That's right.
It means both.
Talk about it.
Okay? Go ahead, Tom sheet.
Verse 12. Then beware, lest thou forget the
Then
Lord.
beware, be on guard with yourself, lest thou forget God.
Which brought thee forth.
Lest thou forget God.
Uh-oh.
How do you forget God?
Uh-oh.
And I see a lot of people forgetting God. And these are the same people that want to tell other people that got more time in grading But you want to keep putting on your fringes on around it with no corners. That's grade school. That's kindergarten.
Yeah.
That's kindergarten. You need corners. You have to put your fringes on corners in order for it to have any type of effect.
That's right.
We have to follow these laws according to how we read it, so that it can have very detailed,
That's right.
so that it can have an effect on what? On you, on your spirit. These are the things that strengthen your spirit.
Right.
Not eating blood and fat, putting on your fringes on four corners, not wearing mingled material, doing the laws of God strengthens your spirit. When we go against these commandments, we weaken ourselves with God, and we can't fight the external forces. You know what the external forces is? That's the outside mentality.
That's right.
That's the force that's on the outside that turn you away from serving God.
Yeah.
An evil thought that comes to your mind that's contrary from what you read in that book.
Yeah.
Huh? 4 corners, not 6 corners. That's why my father said, see, God deals with you in time, and he opened your eyes to certain things, which shows you the insight and tells me that our forefathers only wore garments that had 4 corners. Because the fringes go on 4 corners. So therefore, I'm not going to have 6 corners and 8 corners, all these corners, because God commanded the fringes, commanded us to wear 4 fringe, which is 4 corners. Well, people are going to say, oh, it's not in the book. I don't read it there in the book. But I know God said for us to wear 4 corners. And anything that's more or less than 4 corners, I ain't wearing it.
That's right.
You want to wear it, then you go ahead.
That's right.
But I tell you again, God opened your eyes to certain things. And where he opened your eyes to, you don't have to see it that way.
That's right.
And you may think that person losing his damn mind. But you losing your mind.
That's right.
Go ahead, Thompson.
Verse 12. Then beware, lest thou forget
Then
the Lord,
beware, let's not forget who?
the Lord,
Forget the Lord,
which brought thee forth
which brought thee
out
forth
of the land of
out
Egypt,
of the land of Egypt,
from the house of
from
bondage.
the house of bondage. We always got to consider that. You know how many times God repeated that? Which means anything that God did for you, you cannot forget.
That's right.
You always got to remind yourself of the things that God has done.
That's right.
This happened 1985.
That's right.
And up to the day of his death, he continued to speak on the glory of God.
That's right.
And guess what? I believe it.
That's right.
So that's why I speak on it. So I can strengthen myself in God.
Same results.
The same results.
Yeah.
Because this was something that you don't hear about. Again, the man was in court looking at 99 years to life. The judge is looking at him. Bailiff is playing with the cuffs. Everybody's eyes and attention is dead set on this one man. And he said he heard a voice in his right ear tell him, when the judge take his eyes off of you, get up and leave. He said next, the judge started batting his eyes. Head drop. The bailiff, everybody fell asleep. The only one that's up was my father and my mother sitting next to him. So he looked at my mother and said, listen, baby, let's go. They in the courtroom. When he got up, the judge didn't look at him and say, sit down. He's sleeping. God put him to sleep.
That's right.
He said, Maima said, Maima, you hear the voice. She said, no, they looking at us. They watching us. He said, get up. Come on, put your hand around me. Let's go. They walked out the courtroom without the bailiff, without the judge, without the people. The people sitting in the bleachers, sleep. The judge, head down, sleep. The bailiff over here, sleep. That's the God we serve. So when he walked out, they sleep. They didn't know he walked out. Maima asked my Abba, what you want me to do? said, go back inside and let me know what they said. When she went back inside, they still sleep.
Outside the courtroom.
They still didn't ask him where my father was at. When she sat down, the judge picked his head up. Look, where's the man that was sitting right there? The bailiff said, he didn't pass me, Your Honor. He passed him and walked out the door. But he was asleep. He asked my imam. My imam said, yo, he went to the bathroom. They started looking under the bleachers. The people started looking around. Everybody's looking around the courtroom.
The Lord of hosts is his name.
That's the God I serve.
Yeah.
So there's no way I can turn away from this because I believe the glory of God. I believe the works of God. I ain't experienced that. And I ain't seen nobody experience nothing like that. Let's read it.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God.
And serve him.
And serve him.
And shall swear by his name.
Serve him. And shall what?
And shall swear by
and
his
swear
name.
by his name. What verse we at?
We have
Okay, I see it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ye shall not go after.
How do you serve God? How do we serve God? What does serving God mean? To comply to the commands of. So when we comply to commands that's not of God, then what God are you serving? That's what we need to ask ourselves. We have to realize that we don't have to be in the church to serve Jake. Yeah, I call him Jake the Snake. You don't have to be in a Muslim mosque to serve Lulu. All you gotta do is follow their commands. See? Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God.
Thou
and
shalt
serve
fear the
him.
Lord thy God and serve him.
And shall swear
And
by
shall
his
swear
name.
by his name.
You shall not go after other gods.
Ye shall not go after other gods.
Of the gods of the people.
Gods of the people
Which are round
which
about
are
you.
round about you. Okay, now. The things you agree with and disagrees with changes your pattern, changes your thinking pattern. The way you think changes the things that you agree and disagree with.
Right.
Because your thinking pattern is not according to the thinking pattern of God. So now, the things that God agree with, you don't agree with. The things that God disagree with, you don't disagree with. Your thinking pattern changes your enjoyments. In order for me not to enjoy this here, because God don't enjoy it, I have to change my way of thinking. I have to change my way of thinking. Your thinking pattern changes your enjoyments and what you attracted to. Okay? The things that you are attracted to. Tom Sheet.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God of
The Lord thy God is a jealous God, intolerant of unfaithfulness. God demands from those who we love and redeemed utter and absolute loyalty, and stern actions against them if you betray him. Stern actions against them, hard actions if we betray God. Okay, go ahead, read.
Lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth.
Okay.
You shall not tempt the Lord your God as he tempted him in Massah.
You shall not tempt the Lord thy God as you tempted him in Massah. Read.
You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the
Thou
good
shalt
land.
do that which is right and good in the sight of God. But in order to know the things that God accepts, I got to read and pray and hope that God open my eyes to these things. According to what you put in this way of life will be according to what God reveals to you. Okay, Tom Sheet.
That it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers. Verse 19. To cast out all thine enemies.
To cast out all thy enemies.
From before thee.
From before thee.
As the Lord has spoken.
That the Lord has spoken.
When thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded you?
Oh, the son he's going to grow some type of interest if you're doing your job. So my son, Bobby, can you test me? Can you teach me? Can you do this? I got to find time with my son to teach him about God. I got to find that time. I can't keep putting it all talking about I don't have the time. You don't have time to explain the word of God. You don't have time to fulfill the commandment of God by teaching and instilling the ways and the custom and the pattern of thought in God in your son. So I told myself, man, what am I doing? Why I keep putting this off? And I had to check myself. And I thank God that God has allowed me to check myself without nobody else having to check me. Without nobody else having to check me. Because now if somebody else had to check me, well, now that's something I need to question. Why couldn't I realize this without you telling me? Yeah, I needed to realize and acknowledge this before somebody else come and tell me. Go ahead, read.
Verse 21. Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen
in Egypt.
And the Lord brought us
up out of Egypt with a mighty hand.
And the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and all his household, before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he sware unto our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God as he had commanded us.
And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments. So if we fulfill these commandments, now you can call yourself and say that I am righteous. Because you are fulfilling and observing the laws, commandments, and statutes. That's what makes you righteous. Stop telling the people we are a righteous nation. No, this nation is God-forsaken. And they're profane. You got steal, you got thieves, you got robbers, you got adulterers. You got people in the congregation that have violated the commandments of God. What righteousness is that in the founding? What righteousness is that? We have failed from the grace of God because we do things that's contrary from his laws, commandments, and statutes. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Deuteronomy chapter 7. For the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee.
Cast out many nations before thee.
The Hittites, Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, 7 nations greater
and mightier than thou. These are all Hamitic nations. When God flooded the earth, I said when the Creator flooded the earth, everybody's dead. We had Noah and his 3 sons. And God replenished and fulfilled the earth with those 3 sons. And these 3 sons migrated into different regions. Shem migrated into Asia. Japheth migrated into Europe. And Ham migrated into Africa. When we fell from grace from God, we thought we was running from God. We migrated into Africa, took on Hamitic ways, tribal marks to mix in with these people. But God still gave us time to change our ways and acknowledge our fault, which we didn't. So he allowed he allowed a people to invade, snatch us from there, take us into slavery. And you know, after that, all these things was ports. Drop off in Tobago, drop off in Trinidad, drop off Jamaica, drop off here, drop off Panama, drop off here, drop off there. The last drop was the Americas. when they came to the Americans, they had to burn that shit. Why? Because they had levels. You on top this level, this one on top of this levels. When you defecate and urinate, the defecation and the urinate that coming from you is dropping on you. Woman is on her period dropping. Nobody moved. You use the bathroom and did what you had to do right there. That's what caused the bubonic plague. You had to burn that shit. But these are the things that God put us through because of our shortcomings with God.
Yeah.
Came up short with God, man. We coming up short with God now. We coming up short with God now. This is the wilderness. This is the proving grounds that God is putting us through to show our determination for God and his laws so that we can be accepted. Because this is the last hurrah. People say the 400 years is up. And we're supposed to be going back to the land. Who's going to take us to the land? Who's going to drive the Atlantic Ocean? Who's going to drive all these oceans? Who's going to do all that? When are we supposed to be going to the land? How are we going back to the land? Right there now.
Good questions.
It's not now. Go ahead, read.
And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before
What
thee.
verse you at?
Verse 2.
Still 2. Go ahead.
Thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son.
Covenant is an agreement to be in accordance. Agreement to be in accordance in opinions, feelings, and being compatible. This is an agreement. Okay, go ahead.
Nor show mercy unto them.
No show mercy unto them.
Verse
Read.
3. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter.
Neither shalt thou make marriages unto him. Right? Thy daughter, neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter shalt thou not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. So we can't marry into each other. We have to settle this from now. You have to agree with God and his laws. In order for this thing to work, we have to agree to one thing. If you can't agree to one thing, then we can't get married. I can't be with you. Okay? And this is why God was so headstrong on us marrying or intermarrying outside of our culture. Because when we marry outside of our culture, then the woman that your son has married is going to turn you away from God. It's going to turn your sons away from God. Not all the way, but in time, little by little, you will begin to accept certain things that God don't accept. The next thing you turn around and look and say, man, what in the world? I'm accepting this, I'm allowing that. Then you got to catch yourself. Let's read it.
Verse 4. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. But thus shall ye deal with them.
But thus shalt thou deal with them.
Ye shall destroy their altars.
Destroy their altars.
Break down their images.
Break down their images.
And cut down their groves.
And cut down their groves.
And burn their graven images with fire.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, but they will turn away thy sons from following me. The word for turn is sul, samek shabuts resh. It means to depart. It means to deviate from an accepted standards. The only accepted standards are the standards that we read here in the book. Okay? To turn, and then it means to change in directions in life or path you take. Okay? So now it says, but thou shalt deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, break down their images, cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. Right? The word following The Hebrew word for following, it means akare. Akare means to go after. To go after means to have the same views of. Okay? Why do you continue to have the same views as a heathen? You know why? Because you think the same. You think the same. Okay? To be in accordance with, to resemble. So to resemble means to be similar, to be like or to be similar. To be like means to be suitable or agreeable to, right? To feel attraction towards or have pleasure in. Right. So because we serve the true and living God, there are certain things that should not attract me. There are certain things that should not attract me. You know why? Because I'm a Hebrew. I serve God. I do law. So the things that attract this heathen, well, is not going to attract me. And the things that attract this person should not attract you. The things that attract her should not attract her. Why? Because God is instilling a certain type of mind frame, a certain pattern of thought by following his laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay? So what is attraction? Whatever attracts you, that's what you find more interest in, pleasure, or liking for someone or something. Tom Street. No, hold up. Verse 5. Okay, now hold up. You said images. The word for images is matzeba. A matzeba, the definition of a matzeba is a monument, statue, or tombstone. A monument, a statue, or tombstones. So if I have a statue in my house, God said it's a matzeba. So I remove all statues out of my houses. A tombstone. When I buried my father, I didn't put a tombstone. I put a marking. Okay? A monument is a written legal document in loving memory of, with the person picture, from sunrise to sunset. And then you write to have a whole written documentation about the person. Those are all matzebahs. And according to law, we should not have these things. Okay? The groves, which is in Asherah, is compared and is the same as the stripper pole. So when you go to strip clubs, you are celebrating and worshiping a deity, a long, old, ancient deity that our forefathers got into. Okay? Graven images. Fesile. Fesile means idols. False gods, likeness of something, a form or appearance visible without substance. A form or appearance visible without substance. Without substance means without life. Doesn't have no life. It's not alive. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
For thou art a holy people unto the Lord
For
thy
thou
God.
art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. But what makes us holy? What are the things that makes us holy? Fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. Go ahead.
The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
What verse you at?
7.
7. Go ahead.
The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were most in number than any people, or ye were the fewest of all people, but because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers, had the Lord brought you out with
why did God love us? What was the reason why God loved us? Because he chose. And why did he choose us? Because he had an oath with who? An oath with our forefathers. An oath with our forefathers. And who was that? With Abraham. Abraham. So because of his oath that he had with Abraham, I gotta love and consider what comes from him. Because when we read it, we see where God said, he said, Abraham, my friend. But in the Hebrew, it says, Abraham, my beloved, my loved. So because God dug Abraham so much, he considered his seed that come from him. And he still gave us a chance gave us a way to get back in good graces with God. But we playing with it until the Most High shut the door. Go ahead, read.
But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers, that the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations.
1,000 generations. We're dealing with a God that don't change. We're dealing with a God that keep their word. So in order for us to follow in the steps or in these curriculums, we have to follow the things that we read. So when I say something, I got to keep my word. I can't go back on my word. I already voiced it. I already said it, so I got to keep my word. Why? Because God kept his word. That's the only way we can say, well, you're godly, because you have godly traits. The book shows us the traits of being godly, how to be godly, how to be righteous. And when we go against these things, it's either you're godly or ungodly. It's either you're wicked or righteous. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Verse 10, and repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him.
What verse you at?
Verse 10.
Tom Sheep.
He will not be slack to him that hateth him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments and keep and do them,
hearken to these judgments, keep and do them,
that the Lord thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware unto thy fathers. And he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb,
fruit of your womb,
and the fruit of thy land.
The fruit of thy land. When God bless the fruit of your womb, your child will be blessed. Go ahead, read.
Thy corn,
your corn,
thy wine,
your wine,
thine oil,
your oil,
the increase of thy kind,
the increase of thy kind,
and the flocks of thy sheep,
and
the land which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. There shall not be a male or female barren among you or among your cattle.
But the only way we can get this blessing, we have to fulfill the commandments and the laws of God. We got to be fulfilling these laws. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord will take away from thee all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt which thou knowest upon thee, but will lay upon all of them that hate thee. And thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee. Thine eyes shall have no pity upon them. Neither shalt thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare unto thee.
Neither shall what?
Neither shalt thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare.
Neither shalt thou serve their gods, because in serving their gods, you're going to trap yourself. You're going to trap yourself. You're going to fall into a trap. Then once you fall into that trap, you're going to look back and say, go ahead, read.
Verse 17.
Go ahead.
If thou shalt say in thine heart,
thou shalt say in thine heart,
these nations are more
than I.
How can I dispossess?
How am I going to dispossess and get rid of these nations? And there's millions of us. There's millions of them. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not be afraid of them, but shalt well remember that the Lord thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all
Again,
Egypt.
God put us through certain situations so that we can solely trust on God. 1,000%. Don't question. And that's the problem with us. We always question the power of God. We didn't put our trust in God 1,000%. That's the reason why God put us through why God put us through what he put us through. So that we can gain his trust and believe that we're serving a God that can accomplish and do anything. Anything is possible with the hands of God. Come see.
Verse 19. The great temptations which thine eyes saw.
The great temptations which thine eyes saw.
And the signs.
And the signs and the wonders.
And the
mighty hand.
The stretched
out arm.
Whereby the Lord thy God brought thee out. So shall the Lord thy God do unto all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, The Lord thy God will send the hornet among them.
Send the hornets among them.
Until they that are left and hide themselves from thee be destroyed.
Tamshi.
Thou shalt not be affrighted at them.
Don't be afraid of them.
For the Lord thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible.
A mighty God, a terrible one.
And the Lord thy God will put out those nations before thee little
by little. Notice that God does things in time, by measure, little by little. Nothing happened automatically or just abruptly. God gave us time to correct ourselves.
That's right.
And to change. And then when we don't change and correct ourselves according to the limited time that God gave us, then something else transpires after that. And then when it begins to transpire, sometimes we can't go back because God already gave us the time to correct it. Tamshi.
Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. Verse 24. And he shall deliver their kings unto thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 25.
The graven images of their gods.
The graven images of their gods shall ye burn
with fire.
With fire.
Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is
Don't
on
desire the silver or gold that's upon them, okay? Nor take it unto thee,
lest thou be
snared therein. For it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. Okay. This is why we can't buy chains from pawn shops. Because the chain that you bought, that chain was used to hold up a cross. So if that chain was used to hold up a cross, the person before you came and bought the cross. So now you go and you desire a chain, but you don't know that that chain was used to hold up a cross. You're buying a cursed thing. That chain was used to hold up a cross. That chain is an abomination before God, and it cannot be allowed in your house. So now if you want to take it a step higher, people can't come in your house with chains on.
Right.
You know why I can't allow this heathen to come in my house with a chain? Because that chain was used to hold up a cross.
That's right.
I don't see the cross. He could have left the cross home. I don't know what he used that cross for. I mean, that chain for. But the chain was used to hold up a cross, an idol, a deity, and you allowed them in the house. And God just said, these things cannot be allowed in your house.
Yeah.
Because, go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou bring an abomination
into
thine house.
Into your house.
Lest thou be accursed.
Lest you gonna be cursed just like that.
But thou shalt utterly detest it.
Utterly
thou
detest
shalt
it.
Utterly abhor it.
Utterly abhor it.
For it is a cursed thing.
God tells us what to hate. I said, God tells us what to hate. God tells us what to despise.
That's right.
God tells us what to love.
That's right.
When are we going to realize that? We have to love what God loves.
That's right.
We have to detest and hate the things that God detests and hates.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jeremiah 17.
Roll on, brother.
Jeremiah chapter 17. Got it?
Jeremiah chapter 17.
Uh-huh.
The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron.
Said the sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron. It's hard. It's very hard. Since Judah had done things that no other tribe has done. Okay? That's why you said, man, the sin that this tribe has done is engraved with a pen of iron.
And with the point of a diamond.
It's engraved. Kadash means carved into, to devise or formed in the mind. So these iniquities that Judah had committed has become a part of him. Has become a part of him. Why? Because he's been violating so long. See, when you accustom yourself of doing violations of God, it begins to be a part of you. And then after it becomes a part of you, it's almost damn near difficult to stop. Go ahead, read.
It is graven upon the table of their heart.
The tables of their heart.
And upon the horns of your altar.
The horns of your altar.
Whilst their children remember their altars.
He said, while what?
Whilst their children remember
while their children remember their altars.
And their groves.
And their groves.
By the green trees upon the high
by
hills.
The green trees upon the high hills. Time sheet.
Oh, my mountain. In the field I will give that.
To call to mind. Huh? To remember means to call to mind. We sat down and we start to reminisce about the things that we used to do in our past that God hates and despises. Okay? The groves, we start to reminisce. The groves, which is called Asherah. The groves is a Babylonian Canaanite goddess of fortune and happiness, supposed to be the consort of Baal. To consort, the consort of Baal, which means he had a counterpart. He had a wife. Go ahead.
While their children remember their altars and their groves by the green trees upon the high hills.
Upon the high hills.
O my mountain, in the field I will give thy substance and all thy treasures to the spoil, and thy high places for sin throughout all thy borders. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage. The word discontinue is shamata. Shamata means to release. Shamata means to cause to fall. It means to discontinue, to break the continuity of, right? So when you break in the continuity of, it means the fact that you continue to exist with no changes. God has allowed us to continue to live, but we won't acknowledge our fault and change before God. We won't acknowledge our fault and change before God to become better. Go ahead, Tom C. Now, hold up. Our heritage was a possession from God. All right? Which was Jerusalem. Give it to Israel. Tom C.
And I will.
Verse 5, right?
4.
And
thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies.
And I will cause thee. Wait a minute. He said, I will cause you to serve your enemies. Go ahead.
In the land.
In the land.
Which thou knowest not.
Which thou knowest not. God was the one that caused us to be uprooted from Jerusalem and took us into foreign lands, into slavery. And everything that happened to us is because we came up short with God. But we want to blame him. We want to blame this one, the white man. We want to blame everybody except for blaming yourself. Except for blaming yourself. We need to blame ourselves. We caused this upon our own selves with the shortcomings from our head. We came up short with God. Bad. Go ahead, Tom C.
For ye have kindled a fire.
You have kindled a fire.
In mine anger.
In mine anger.
Which shall burn forever.
Which shall burn forever.
Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusted in man.
Cursed be the man that trusted in man. The man who trusts in man is the person who rejects God. I put all this trust in man, but you refuse to trust God. Right? Rejects God and relies on his own strength. Or who looks to other people. Okay? Now, what is trust? Trust is firm belief in the reliability, truth, and ability or strength of God. Right? Go ahead, Tom C.
Thus saith the Lord,
thus saith the Lord,
man that trusted in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departed from the Lord. For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good cometh.
The heath is a wasteland, Tom C.
But shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in the salt land, not inhabited. Blessed is the man that trusted in the Lord,
Tom C.
And whose hope the Lord is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat cometh. For her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit.
Tom C.
Verse 9.
Tom C.
The heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately
He
wicked.
said, the heart is deceitful above all things. He said, the heart is deceitful above all things. The word for deceitful is achab, ayin kuf beit. It means fraudulent. It means a deceitful heart or a deceitful mind. What is a deceitful heart? What is a deceitful mind? A deceitful heart gives false impressions. One way not to give false impressions is to assume.
That's right. Teach.
A false impression is when you assume. So I cannot assume with no proof. Okay? Go ahead, Tamshi.
The heart is deceitful above all things.
The heart is deceitful above all things. Okay? What do you mean by all things? The word for all things is anush. Anush means to be frail. Right? Weak. Incurable. Incurable means cannot be healed. When a person cannot be healed, when God said you can't be healed, you won't change. You won't change. Okay? Now, the heart is deceitful above all, incurable. Who can know it? A weak mind is hesitant. I said a weak mind is hesitant. He's unsure. A weak mind shifts back and forth. That's why we go and come with God. Because we got a weak mentality. We got a weak mind. So we shift. We go back and forth with God. Today I'm holy and righteous. Tomorrow I ain't speaking that holy and righteous thing. I'm back into niggerism. See, we one day Israelites. We are only Israelites for one day. But we got to be Israelites every day. We gotta keep this mentality every day of our lives. Every day of our lives. And there's going to come a time when we get weak. But how do you strengthen yourself in God? How do you fight that weak spirit that comes upon you? Because it's going to come. It's going to come. Don't give in. Let's read it.
Verse 10.
Verse 10.
I, the Lord, search the heart.
Wait a minute. I, the Lord, search the heart. What does search in the heart mean? It means to observe by close examination. Now, for God to search your heart, for God to search your heart, I have to be in some type of good standards with God for him to search my heart. So, when I, the Lord, search the heart.
I try the reins.
I try the reins. You know what reins is? The word reins is kilayot in the Hebrew. Kilayot means reins. Reins is to control or direct with a restraining influence. All right? Restraining influence. What is a restraining influence? Restraining influence means to control the actions or behavior of someone by force. You have to have that restraining influence within yourself to control yourself from yourself. When we start to do things that's contrary from what God says, especially in order to stop them from doing something or to limit the growth of. See, when we don't restrain ourselves, we limit our growth in God. We limit ourselves in excelling with God. Go ahead, Tamshi.
Even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his
ways and according to the fruit of his doings. That's the effect or consequences of your actions. There are consequences that comes with your actions. Every action, there's a consequence. You got to realize these things, man. And sometimes the consequences that comes with the actions that we do in our lives don't come right away. Sometimes it comes weeks later, a month later, according to your standard with God. If you are in high standards with God, God punish you quick, right away. You do something, he come at you right away. But according to your standards, because your standards is not so high with God, then he take a long time to correct you. And then when things happen, it don't happen for nothing. Everything that happened in our lives comes from our shortcomings with God. So, see?
Verse 11.
Verse 11.
As the partridge sitteth on eggs.
As the partridge sitteth on eggs.
And hatcheth
what
them
are
not.
the partridge? The partridge sits on eggs of other birds and it won't hatch. Why? Why it won't hatch? Because your eggs is only designed for your heat. My eggs are only designed for my heat. And they have different temperatures. My eggs are designed for my heat. You can't come and sit on my eggs because it's different temperatures. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
As the partridge sitteth on eggs and hatcheth them not, so he that getteth riches and not by right.
So he that getteth riches and not by right
shall leave them
in the midst of his days.
And at his end shall be a fool.
And at his end shall be a fool. Tom Sheep.
A glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. O Lord, the hope of all Israel.
Oh Lord, the hope of all Israel.
All that forsake thee shall be ashamed.
All that forsake thee shall be ashamed. Ashamed meaning reluctant to do something through fear of embarrassment or humiliation. Okay? This is what we need to, this is what's gonna, see, we gotta be ashamed of our doings. Be ashamed to violate these laws. Some type of guilt, right? Now, good and bad with being ashamed is being ashamed of your actions against God and man because it triggers changes. In order for us to get any type of changes, we have to be ashamed of our doings. We have to feel that guilt. We gotta get that guilty. We gotta have that guilty conscience. Okay? Go ahead.
Verse 13. O Lord, the hope of all Israel.
O Lord, the hope of all Israel.
All that forsake thee.
All that forsake thee
shall be ashamed.
Shall be ashamed.
And they that depart from me shall be written in the earth.
Wait a minute. He said, they that depart from me shall be written in the earth. So the ones in Malachi 3, it states that all those that remembered and feared the name of God shall be what? Written in the book. Then it says here, all those that depart from God shall what? Shall be written in the earth. That's different. So the ones that depart or forsake God or abandon God, you got your name written in the earth. I don't want my name written there. I don't want God putting my name there. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Because they have forsaken the Lord, the fountain of living waters. 14. Heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed.
Heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed. And when God heals you, guess what he does? He patches up the breach. He patches up the opening. He patches up that wound. And stops it from spreading. Go ahead, read.
For thou art my praise. Verse 15. Behold, they say unto me, where is the word of the Lord? Let it come now. As for me, I have not hastened from being a pastor to follow thee. Neither have I desired the woeful day. Thou knowest that which come out of my lips was right before
he said, this Jeremiah. Jeremiah said, man, as for me, I have not hastened from being a pastor to follow thee. I didn't stop fulfilling my job. Okay? I didn't back up from doing my job. Right? Neither have I desired the woeful day. You find a lot of people, I can't wait for the day of the Lord. Watch, he gonna teach us.
You don't want that day.
I don't want the day of God.
You don't want that day.
You know why? Because we here with these people.
That's right.
And guess what? You gonna find the effects from the same thing that's going on.
That's right.
So I don't want that to happen yet. That's why Job asked God to hide him in the grave until his wrath passed over. He said, "Thou knowest that which came out of my lips was right before thee." Everything you said out of your mouth, everything we speak out of our mouth, it has to be correct and right before God. We got to be careful with the words that come out of our mouth. Because when we do things and say things that's contrary from what the book says, guess what? That also is sin and iniquity. You got to be able to say things before God and say, "Oh Lord God, every word of my mouth was spoken in righteousness."
That's right.
Since the day, this time or that time. Certain things, and we can use that for confirmation in God. "Oh Lord God, I ain't never did this, and this. Please have mercy upon me according to that." That's how you pray to God. Go ahead, read.
Be not a terror unto me.
Be not a terror unto me.
Thou art my hope in the day of evil. Let them be confounded that persecute me.
Let them be confounded that persecute me.
But let not me be confounded.
Mm-hmm.
Let them be dismayed, but let not me be dismayed. Bring upon them the day of evil and destroy them with double destruction.
Let them be confounded. Jeremiah is saying that to who? About who? About the nation. Jeremiah is asking God to confound the people. When you look up the definition of confound, it says yeboshu. It means to disappoint. To disappoint means fail to meet the expectation or hope of. Okay, discourage you. To frustrate. It means to induce feelings of discouragement, which means God would discourage you and you will begin to lose the desire you will begin to lose the desire to serve God. You will begin to lose interest in serving God because God is inducing these feelings. Why? Because all this is going down because of the works of your own hand.
Bring upon them the day of evil and destroy them with double destruction.
Bring upon them the day of evil and destroy them with double destruction.
Thus said the Lord unto me, go and stand in the gate of the children of the people.
Go and stand in the gate
of the children
of the people,
whereby the kings of Judah come in.
Whereby the kings of Judah come in.
And by the which they go out.
And by the which they go out.
And in all the gates of Jerusalem. And say unto them, hear ye the word of the Lord, ye kings of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Lord, take heed to yourselves.
Take heed to yourselves.
And bear no burden.
And bear no burden.
On the Sabbath day.
On the Sabbath day. Okay. Thus saith the Lord, take heed to yourselves and bear no burden on the Sabbath day. So when you look up the definition of burden is anything that is carried. Okay? It doesn't depict how heavy it is or how light it is. No. If burden depicts anything that is carried. Okay? Don't put it in your mind and say, well, this is not a burden. It's only a tape.
It's a burden.
God was not specific. He said, don't carry a burden. Don't carry nothing on the Shabbat. So if I decide to come to your camp and I need my Bible, I got to make sure that my Bible and everything, my necessities that I have to carry is over by your camp so that I can leave my house with nothing in my hands. And people say that you go to the extreme. You're supposed to. I got to go to the extreme because I don't have Moses here to inquire of God to find out anything. There's no Aaron here to inquire of God to find out anything. There's no Jeremiah, there's no prophets here to inquire of God to inquire of anything. So therefore, God gave us the book. We read it, look up, learn the definition, and fulfill it. Okay? Now check it out. Now to carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day, neither do ye any work. Neither do ye any work. The work was explained in the book. we cannot decide what work is without using the book. When it says servile work in the Hebrew, it states meleket aboda, which is melaka and abad. Melaka is work, abad or aboda is serve. So therefore, I'm not going to allow you to serve me, because God did state that the maid servants and the men servants should rest, and their job is to serve their master. So why would I allow you to serve me by giving me something that I can get for myself? Violation of the Sabbath day. Well, a lot of people don't see it that way, but my father taught me to go by exactly what it reads. And that's exactly what it says. And I can use the book to substantiate what I'm saying, to where you can't disagree with it. You just can't see it and understand. Oh, brother, that's not serving. Okay, good. Good. That's what you believe, and that's what you believe. All right? Any work you shall do, no work. Another thing that constitutes work, like I said earlier, the man got caught gathering sticks. He didn't get caught. He didn't kindle no fire. He got caught gathering sticks. So what constitutes work? Gathering. You don't gather nothing on Shabbat, because these are the things that got him killed. He got caught gathering sticks.
Yeah. Just gathering.
Just gathering.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sweep and mop on Shabbat.
No.
I'm not doing it.
But it's dirty.
Somebody spilled water. I'm not going to leave the water there. Wisdom is a principal thing. The person that spilled it got to get the paper towel and pick it up. I'm not going to pick it up for you. You got to do it. The person drop it, you can pick it up. Whatever you drop, you can pick it up. Yeah. God is not going to charge you. He's a wise and understanding God. Right. But you know, when the word comes, you dropped it, and I go and clean it for you. I didn't drop it. You clean your own mess. You pick up what you dropped. Right. And I'm going to pick up what I dropped. You know why I do it like that? To keep myself in the clear. I got to keep myself in the clear. And what I do, guess what? You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. I'm not adding on and taking away. I'm just going to the furthest limit that I can take it to, so I can keep myself clear with God. Yeah. Because there's no gap. Listen, I'm not that close to God to inquire and say, oh Lord God, if I wipe this up, am I violating? Chief Shaman, I ain't that close. I ain't gonna hear nothing. Yeah. God ain't gonna come to me with no answer like I'm Isaac and Abraham. Yeah. I'm too far away. He gave us the book. You know what God said? He gave us the book. He said, fend for yourself. Here. Don't come to me about nothing. Here's the book there. Read it. Now, according to your understanding, will be determined according to what you put in. I said, according to your understanding and what God opened your eyes to will be according to what work and how much you do and how much you put in this way of life. He said, not to carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day, not to do ye any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath day. Right? Go ahead, verse 23.
As I commanded your fathers.
Okay, hold up. Neither carry forth a burden out of your houses.
Talk about it, brother.
The Hebrew word for carry is totzi'u. Totzi'u means to exit. Neither shalt thou exit your house with a burden in your hand.
You know, leave up.
I can't even leave out my house with no burden.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, see?
But hallow ye the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers.
But
they obeyed not.
They obeyed not.
Neither inclined their ear.
Neither inclined their ear.
But made their neck stiff, that they might not hear nor receive instruction.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Proverbs 8. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 8. And then after that, we're going to go to Psalms 19.
Take time, my brother.
Proverbs chapter 8.
Go ahead, go. Shabbat. Take time, my brother. We got all day.
Got it?
Proverbs chapter 8.
Come.
Do it not wisdom cry,
Does not wisdom cry?
and understanding put
Huh?
forth a voice?
You know what wisdom? You know what they mean by wisdom cry? Wisdom is that godly spirit.
Yeah.
That's what wisdom is. Wisdom is that godly thought. Huh? Wisdom is those godly
Good
intentions,
suggestion.
good suggestions and ideas that guides you towards the path in the walk of life. And when we violate the commandments of God, wisdom departs. Wisdom leaves because he don't dwell with deceit. He don't dwell in the soul that's leaning towards deceitfulness. He said, does not wisdom cry out? Top sheet.
And understanding put forth a voice.
And understanding put forth her voice.
She standeth in the top of high places.
She's standing in the top of high places by the way in the place of the path. Wisdom's everywhere. Wisdom's in the judge's courtroom. Wisdom is in the plain. Wisdom is all over the place.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
She cried at the gates.
She cried
at the
at the
entry of the
gates.
city.
At the entry of the city.
At the coming in at the doors.
Uh-huh.
Unto you, O men, I call.
Uh-oh.
My voice is to the sons of man.
Unto you, oh who?
O men, I call.
Okay.
And
Why did it specify the men? You know why it specified the men? Because when wisdom comes to the men turn the wisdom over to his household. See, God already look at the men as the head of the house. That's what the man is. Right after God is the man. He's the head of the house. So all the laws and the wisdom going to come to the man, and in return, he guide his household in righteousness and in wisdom.
Right.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of man.
Uh-huh.
O ye simple, understand wisdom.
Oh, ye simple, understand wisdom.
And ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things. And the opening of my lips shall be right things.
And the opening of my lips shall be right thing. So, yes, the wisdom comes to the husband first. First. The wisdom is not going to come to the wife before the husband. It's going to come to the husband first. And in return, he guides his household in the laws and the commandments of God. Mm-hmm. Okay? Go ahead, read.
For my mouth shall speak truth.
For my mouth shall speak truth. How much of us can say that? How many of us can voice these things and say that? He said, for what? For my mouth shall speak truth. Which means I have to be careful of the words that are voiced and I'm saying out of my mouth.
You have to be sure.
Because whatever you voice out of your mouth, it has to be in the fear of God. It has to be found in truth. Go ahead.
And wickedness is an abomination to my lips.
Wickedness is an abomination to my lips, which means I have to be careful of what we speak and what I say out of my mouth. Huh? Go ahead.
Verse 8. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness.
All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. Which means everything that I'm voicing and saying has to be according to the curriculum and the standards of God. Go ahead.
There is nothing forward or perverse in them.
There is nothing forward or perverse in them.
They are all plain to him that understandeth.
Uh-huh. What verse you at?
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
And right to them that find knowledge. Verse 10.
No. Okay. Hear, Right? For I will speak of excellent things, and the opening of my lips shall be righteous things, just things, honest things, pleasing things. Huh? Excellent things, noble things, princely things, which means we gotta be careful about our conversations and the things that we speak and say out of our mouths. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain to him that understand it, and right to them that find knowledge. Receive my instruction and not silver.
What verse you at?
Middle of 10.
Okay, so hold it right there. I'm going to go back to 8. He said, all the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. Okay. The word for forward is niftal. Niftal means crooked, deceitful, and it means evasive. Crooked means dishonest or immoral. You know what dishonest means? I'm going to explain to you the heights of dishonesty. All right, everybody know when you're dishonest, you lie. But you know what else is dishonesty? When me and you is one, and you do something without, okay, let me put it this way. Me and you is in contract of a business. Me and you have a business contract. You make a move without making me know without my knowledge. But we're in this together. We're in this business contract together. And you made a move without telling me. That's dishonesty. You're a dishonest person. And that goes with family, brothers, sisters, everything. Period. Okay? Now, evasive. Evasive means what? Tending to avoid commitment and self-revelation. Okay, so before I get into tending to avoid commitment and self-revelation, I'm going to get into what is immoral. We're going to learn what is immoral and why God, immoral means to be without morals. God teaches us how to have morals or what we should do that considered morals.
That's right.
Not conforming, not agreeing to accept the standards of morality. Okay? What is morality? Morality is principles concerning the distinction between what is right and wrong, good or bad. Principles concerning the distinction. You know what the distinction is? Able to tell the difference between what is right and what is wrong. Between what is right and wrong, good or bad. According to the principles. What are the principles? The things that we read here in the book. Okay? What was that? Verse 8? Go ahead. So now, forward. Forward or perverse in them. What is forward? Forward means willfully contrary. I am opposite and I'm contrary willfully. Willfully contrary. Inclined to disagree. Inclined to disagree. And do the opposite of what is expected or desired. We can't be inclined to disagree with everything. I said we can't be inclined to disagree with everything. We have to be able to acknowledge our fault with God. And the reason why I can't acknowledge my fault with you, brother, is because I have a hard time acknowledging my fault with God.
That's right.
The reason why the sister can't acknowledge her fault when she violates another sister, because she have a problem acknowledging her fault with God. So in order for us to begin to acknowledge our faults with each other, at first I got to be able to acknowledge my fault with God first.
That's right.
inclined to disagree, to do the opposite of what is expected or desired. Right? Perverse. Ikesh. Ayin, kuf, shin. Perverse. It means obstinate. Obstinate in opposing what is right, reasonable, or accepted. You know what obstinate is? Stubbornness. You are stubborn. And because you are stubborn, you are opposed to the things. You are an opposite. You are opposing in the things that is right. You are opposing in the things that is reasonable. Why I said reasonable? Remember that brother in Judges 19, was it 19? I think it's Judges 19, where his wife, the Levite, his wife left 3 months and went to her father's house. And what did it say about the wife that left and went to her father's house?
Said she committed adultery.
It said she committed whoredom.
That's right. She just went to her father's house.
Huh? It says she committed whoredom, which means you don't have to have sex with another man to commit whoredom.
Watch me walk.
I said you don't have to have sex with a man to commit whoredom.
Talk about it, trauma.
All you got to do is detour away from the path or the way that your husband has showed you, and you have committed whoredom.
Yeah. Talk about
Okay? So now, because she left him for 3 months, that's enough to make a man's heart drop. I ain't seen my wife in 3 months. He went to his father-in-law's house to reason with her and to speak to her. If you do love her, you're going to try to reason with her and talk with her to get things ironed out and situated, planned out, because I love you. And I don't want you to leave me. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. I love you. Not a good feeling. I have grown accustomed to you. We are one. And I love you. If you leave me, I'm not going to be myself. So come on back home. Men scared to say those things because they think they make you a henpeck.
Yeah.
You love her.
They make you a chump.
If you love her.
If you love her, you ain't got to be a chump to say these things, man. Shoot, God said a man and a wife shall be one. POLLUTED cried when Mikhail got taken away from him. That was a godly man, too. POLLUTED was even better than anybody here today.
That's right.
But he cried when his wife left him. And he said, man, listen, King David came in. He said, hey, listen here, man. Ain't nothing happening right now. Ain't nothing happening until you return my wife back to me that I got for 100 foreskins.
That's right.
Okay? Okay? Tamshi.
They are all plain to him that understand it.
Wait a minute. They are all plain to them that understand it. Uh-oh. So, when you explain these laws, and this dude can't explain, he don't understand what you're saying, and there's always a controversy and an argument and debate after I'm trying to explain the law clearly so that you can understand it. What did God say again? Read that again.
They are all plain.
It's plain
to him
that
understand it.
That understand it. That understand what? What does the understanding is?
To
depart from evil. So if you're not departing from evil, you ain't gonna understand the curriculum and the standards that's set in here in this book. It's gonna be hard to understand certain things when it's voiced to you. It's gonna be hard for you to see it. Go ahead, read.
And write to them that find knowledge.
Uh-huh.
Receive my instruction and not silver.
Receive my instructions. Receive my instructions and not silver.
And knowledge rather than choice gold.
Receive my instructions and not silver. You know what's the word for instructions? Musar. Musad means receive my correction, receive my chastisement, receive my reprimand. So when God reprimand you and chastise you, when things happen in your life, you walk across the street and a truck run you over. Acknowledge that this was a chastisement from God. Acknowledge that these things happen not for nothing. This happened because of me coming up short before God. Acknowledge these things. We don't acknowledge it. We say, oh, I was on my phone texting. And that's why the bus ran me over. The dog bit me because I walked too close. This happened because. And we come up with a reason of why we do it, or the reason why it happened, when the real reason why it happened is because of us coming up short with the Creator's laws, commandments, and statutes. Go ahead. Verse 10. Go ahead.
Receive my instruction and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold.
For
wisdom is better than rubies.
Wisdom is better than rubies.
And all the things that may be
and all the things that may be desired
are not to be compared
to it.
I, wisdom, dwell with prudence.
He said, I, wisdom, I dwell with prudence. Okay, what is prudence? Prudence means what? To govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. You have to be able to discipline yourself in the fear of God. That's prudence, and that's where wisdom dwells at. If you have prudence, wisdom dwells there. Wisdom will come to you. Correct yourself. But in order to correct yourself and discipline yourself, you got to acknowledge your fault. See, you're not going to have prudence not acknowledging you're wrong. Prudence, we cannot acquire prudence if we have a hard time in acknowledging our faults. You're in denial about yourself and the things that you have done or you're doing. So you're not going to have prudence. Tom Shee.
And find out knowledge of witty inventions.
Crafty inventions, Tom Shee.
The fear of the Lord is to hate evil.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So let's go in deeper about prudence. Prudence is cautiousness. What is cautiousness? Cautiousness is the quality of being careful about what you say and do to avoid danger, mistakes, or risk. Understand that if I do this, what is the ripples and the effect that is going to cause here? I said, what is the ripples and the effect that is going to cause here? If I do this or say this, what is the consequences of what it's going to bring there? But people do and say things without considering the effects and the consequences of the actions and the things that they say. You don't have prudence. Okay? What is prudent? The ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. What is prudent? Sagacious. Sagacious means the ability to make good decisions. Good decisions. Okay? A prudent person is not selfish. A prudent person has to be able to consider the effects that one person do. What affects the things that you do? What is the effects from that? What is the opposite effect from that, from you doing that? Reasoning. When you think about something in a logical, sensible way without using emotions. This is why women are emotional people. Men look at things in a logical sense of way. Okay? Sometimes, not all the time, sometimes I gotta be able to come out of this logical sense to see where she's coming from and why she's affected by it. Sometimes, not all the time. Because you are allowing your emotions to cloud your judgment and the things that you do. So now I'm putting forth the logical sense, hoping that you will understand it and see why this happened, why this transpired, what will happen if you do this, because I'm looking at it in a logical sense. Time sheet.
13.
13.
The fear of the Lord is to hate evil.
The fear of God is to hate evil.
Pride
Huh?
and arrogance.
Pride, arrogancy,
And the evil way.
and the evil way.
The forward mouth do I hate.
Okay. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil. Pride, arrogancy, and the evil way. And the forward mouth do I hate. What is arrogancy? Pride is haughtiness. Let's go into that. Haughty. Haughty is having an attitude of superiority and inferior and contempt for people perceived to be less than you. All right? Not because, and why I say that, King David wasn't haughty. King David didn't have pride in him. You know why? And he didn't look at himself bigger than Shimei, or else he would have made Abishai kill him. Even though he was bigger than he's the king. But he said, nah, Abishai, don't kill him. He said maybe God told him to curse David. See, this is a righteous mentality.
That's right.
This is a righteous mentality where a man that God chose and has gained the attention of God looked at every instance in his life and he turned it on himself and said, what did I do? Maybe God allowed this to happen because God told him to do it to me. And I have coming up short with God. So he allowed this to happen to me because that's the mentality that we need to have and acquire in order to be accepted by God. If we don't, listen, the blueprint showed us, it's right here. It's right here. You want to be accepted by God, follow this and follow everything in this book. But you got to pray and hope that God open your eyes to it so that you can see it.
They say you may find
Okay?
going and coming.
Arrogance goes into haughty. Arrogance means you exaggerate your own importance in an overbearing manner. I said your own importance. I'm not talking about the laws now. The laws of God is not my own importance. I can exaggerate the importance of fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. I can exaggerate and put my foot down on the importance of fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes of God. But when you begin to assert your own will, right, over another in a forceful way, then that's arrogance. Time sheet, verse 14, right?
Yes.
Read it.
Counsel is mine.
Counsel is mine.
It sounds-
Advice is mine. Who that belong to? Wisdom. Wisdom said counsel is mine. That's wisdom talking. He said advice belongs to me.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
And sound wisdom.
Sound wisdom.
I am understanding.
I am understanding.
I have strength.
I have strength.
By me kings reign. And
Uh-huh.
princes decree justice.
Mm-hmm.
By me princes rule.
Uh-huh.
And nobles, even all the judges of the earth.
Uh-huh.
I love them that love me.
I love them that love me.
And those that seek me
And
early.
those that seek me early shall find me. Uh-huh.
Riches and honor.
Riches
are
and
with me.
honor is with me.
Yea, durable riches and
Durable
righteousness.
riches. Uh-huh.
My
And
fruit-
righteousness. Uh-huh.
My fruit is better than gold.
My fruit
Yea.
is better than gold.
Yea, than fine gold.
Then fine
And
gold.
my revenue than choice silver.
Revenue than choice silver.
I lead in the way of righteousness.
I lead in the way of righteousness. So if I fall out of the way of righteousness, then I'm stopping myself from being led by wisdom. Okay? Tom C.
I lead in the way of righteousness in the midst of the paths of judgment,
Uh-huh.
that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance,
Uh-huh.
and I will fill their treasures.
What verse you at?
Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way.
Okay, hold up right there. Go back to 21. That I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. Okay? Substance. You know what substance is? Essential nature. Essential nature is your inner self. All right? Your inner self is your character. Who you are. Your inner self is your subconscious thoughts, memories that you hold on to, emotions, and other aspects of your mind that makes up who you are. All right? The inner self is the part of us that we are not always aware of or have control over. This includes values, beliefs, and characteristics. The self resides in our subconscious mind. The inner self is connected to our emotions. So according to your emotions, you will express who you are, how you are within. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting.
I was set up from everlasting.
From the beginning.
From the beginning.
Forever the earth was.
Before the earth was created, wisdom was there.
That's right.
Huh? Before the earth was created, wisdom was there. He said God created the heaven and the earth. The Hebrew word for created is bara, means to bring into existence. Huh? To bring anything that God brought into existence, it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Go ahead, read.
When there were no depths, I was brought forth.
When there was no depths. God had springs below sea level. That's the depths, fountains of the deep. That when the Creator flooded the earth, water came from top, and he opened up the fountains below sea level at the depths to where the water started coming up and water dropping. Go ahead.
When there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled.
Before the mountains were settled. Before the hills
was I brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the earth. When he prepared the heaven, I was there.
I was there. Wisdom was there. Read.
When he set a compass upon the face of the depth. When he established the clouds above. When he strengthened the fountains of the deep. When he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment.
When he gave to the sea his decree that the waters shall not pass. You ever realize why you at the beach, large wave comes up, and it comes up to a limit, stop right there, comes right back down. That's the decree of God, man. That's the commandment of God, man. I said that is the commandment of God. And this is the God that we want to play games with. Go ahead, read.
When he appointed the foundations of the earth, then I was by him, as one brought up with him. And I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. Verse 31, rejoicing in the habitable part of his earth, and my delights were with the sons of men. Now therefore hearken unto me, O ye children, for blessed are they that keep my ways.
Blessed are they that keep my ways. Blessed are they that keep my ways. And guess what? The ways of God is completely different from the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right. The ways of God.
The ways of God are completely different from the laws and the commandments of God. How do I know that? Because God told the children of Israel to amend their ways. He's not going to tell them to amend the laws.
No, you can't amend the laws.
So there is certain things that shows that a man or a woman have good ways. There is certain things that we should not do to emanate and show that we have good ways before God. And there are things that we can do that emanate and shows that we have bad, dirty ways.
That's right.
Dirty ways. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Verse 33.
Verse 33.
Hear instruction.
Hear
And
instructions.
be wise.
Shimu Musad. Observe the chastisement. Hearken when being chastised. Be attentive to your chastisement. Why it says to be attentive to your chastisement? Because the chastisement and the rebuke and the reprimand is happening. It is correction from God so that you can find out where you have coming up short at and correct yourself. That's why it says be attentive to your chastisement. Be attentive to your correction. Be attentive when you're being reproved.
That's right.
Because if you don't be attentive, then the chastisement increases.
That's right.
7 times more. Time sheet.
Hear instruction and be wise and refuse it not. Blessed is the man that heareth me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the posts of my doors. For whoso findeth me findeth life.
Whoso findeth me findeth life.
And shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that sinneth against me,
He said, who findeth me findeth life and shall obtain or attain favor from God. Go ahead, read.
but he that sinneth against me, wrongeth his
Wrong
own
his
soul.
own soul.
All they that hate me love
Love
death.
Death.
Psalms 19.
Break it down.
Psalms 19.
Put it down. Put it down.
Got it?
Got it.
Time sheet.
Psalms chapter 19. The heavens declare the glory of God.
He said, the heavens declare the glory of God. The word for declare is said, misafrim. The root word sapad. It means to declare or to relate. He said, the heavens declare or relate the glory of God. It means to have an established relationship, which means the things that God created don't go against his word. To declare, to inform, or to announce the glory of God. Tamshi.
And the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth
Firmament.
speech.
You know what the firmament? It means space. And this is what God used to separate the darkness. See, during the creation, it was water upon the face of the deep, darkness, and the Spirit of God hovering over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. Now that wasn't the sunlight, neither was that the moonlight. That was just that dim little light. See, God don't need light, but he's preparing the earth for what's to come. He's preparing the earth for Israel. He said in the beginning, Israel was in mind. From the beginning, before life was on earth, he said Israel was in mind. I had Israel in thoughts. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Day unto day uttereth speech.
Day unto day uttereth speech.
And night unto night showeth
Night
knowledge.
unto night showeth knowledge.
There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard.
Time shoot.
Their line is going out through all the earth.
Their line is going out through all the earth. Wow. Right? Wow. Sophie. That means the measuring line. It means the boundary. The boundary is a line that marks the limit of an area. So the boundary, guess what? The earth has a limit. It has a boundary. It has an end. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
And their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun.
Okay.
Verse 5. Which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber and rejoicing.
He said the line is going out through all the earth, and their words to the end, or to the borders, or to the outskirts of the world. In them had he set a tabernacle for the sun. So there's a house, there's a tabernacle where the sun comes out, and when it goes in, that's where he goes. Go ahead, read.
Which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoicing as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end
And
of heaven.
rejoicing as a strong man to run a race. The word for race is orach. Huh? To run means to develop certain characteristics and features and qualities. Huh? Orach is the path or way. Go ahead, read.
His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it.
Uh-huh.
There is nothing hid from the heat thereof.
Tamshi.
The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul.
The law of the Lord is perfect. But we read the law and we find a lot of loopholes in the law. I don't agree with this. I don't like that. Or I don't think it mean that way. Or I don't think God meant this. So what you think God meant? What you do? What you meant? We got to realize that our thinking pattern, the way God thinks, is far above the way we think. Far above the way we think. Our job is to acquire the ways of God and think like God. That's why he gave us the book. But we so stuck on our heathenistic ways, this heathenistic mentality, that we refuse to change. We refuse to acknowledge that you stink before God. You refuse to acknowledge that our ways of thinking is not good. Because in order to change and be better, we have to be able to acknowledge our faults. We can't be good with God, not acknowledging where we're coming up short at. Go ahead.
The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the
The
soul.
laws of the Lord is perfect.
That's right. No faults.
There's no faults
No loopholes.
in the laws of God. There's no loopholes in the laws of God. So stop reading the book. We read the book with a defensive mindset.
Yeah. Very good.
We read the book with a defensive mindset. When somebody comes to you to chastise you, we listen defensively. We don't listen to receive the correction or to hear the severity about what the person is trying to say. I listen to justify. I listen to go back and forth. We can't listen. We're not gonna get everything out of this being defensive. Sometimes you gotta take a breather, relax, and hear the person out. Mm-hmm. Hear the whole situation out, so I can understand what that person is coming from. He said the laws of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. In the Hebrew, you know what it says? You know what it says for converting the soul?
Restoring.
Huh? The word for meshibat. Meshibat don't means converting the soul. Meshibat means restoring the soul. Do anybody know what restore means? In order to restore, you have to do what? You got to lose it. You got to lose it. I got to have it first and then lose it. It says the laws of God is perfect and it will restore your soul. That's not a metaphor. Okay, let's go to the next one.
The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple.
The testimony of the laws of God is sure. It's established, making wise the simple. And then I keep hearing simple, simple, simple. You know who was simple? Adam and Eve was simple. You know what I mean by that? Innocent. They was innocent. Adam and Eve was innocent. Adam and Eve didn't know no evil. Adam and Eve didn't know what lying was.
No.
Eve don't know what lying was. So when people say Eve was wrong,
When food says.
when people say Eve lied, why do you call this woman a liar when she didn't know what lying was?
That's right.
She only had good in her.
Gotta be a fool.
Evil only came into the world after they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And we got to be careful of how we speak about our mother. Eve is your mother. That's the first woman formed and brought into the earth. But we can learn from these women.
Yeah.
We can learn from these women. Haven't Judah said? Judah said, man, Tamar was more righteous than me. And if it happened then, guess what? It can happen now. Because sometimes we get so caught up with ourselves that we lose track. We lose track about ourselves and God. And then sometimes, Most High may send a woman to come to you, get you back on track. Say, oh man, be gracious. That happened to me before. One day, I went to this woman I used to deal with. She owned 2 buildings. So one day, I went in the building to check the building and clean the building, take the garbage out. So those boxes sitting there for so long. So automatically, that's why I said we gotta be able to train. So be careful and take heed to yourself. It came to my head. It came to my head to take the boxes. But God didn't allow me to take the boxes because the first thing I did before I took it, I called my ex. I said, listen, you got a lot of boxes here. That's just been sitting there. I said, you want me to take it? Boom, boom. You know what she said? She said, nah, don't take it. Leave it there. Later on, it snapped to me. Man, I was about to steal. But people say, oh, how come these thoughts still come to you? And you've been living in this way of life all this time. Because the battle never stops.
That's right.
The war between righteousness and wickedness never stops.
Right. So I'm going.
Evil will continue to try you. Evil going to continue to test you. And that's how you show your determination for God. Tom C.
Verse 8.
Mm-hmm.
The statutes of the Lord are
The
right.
statutes of the Lord is what?
Right.
It's right.
Rejoicing the heart.
It rejoices the heart. Mm-hmm. What are the statutes? The Shabbat is a statute.
Right.
So when you don't come in here with your face all misconstrued and sad when the Sabbath day come around, why do we inherit certain attitudes when the Sabbath comes around? Huh?
Very touchy.
Very touchy when the Sabbath comes around because I can't deal with not releasing the things that I desire and like to get into, my pleasures. Huh? Go ahead, read.
The commandment of the Lord is pure,
The commandments of God is pure,
enlightening the eyes.
enlightening the eyes.
The fear of the Lord is clean,
The fear of the Lord is clean,
enduring forever.
enduring forever.
The judgments of the Lord are true,
The judgments of God is true
and righteous altogether.
and righteous altogether.
More to be desired are they than gold.
More to be desired are they than gold,
Yea, than much fine gold.
than much fine gold.
Sweeter also than honey.
Sweeter also than the honey
And the
and
honeycomb.
the honeycomb.
Moreover, by them is thy servant warned,
Mhm.
and in keeping of them there is great reward.
Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them, keeping of what? Of the commandments of God, there is great rewards. In the Hebrew, it means great rewards, and it also means great results. You will receive good and holy and righteous results from fulfilling the commandments of God. Tom Sheet.
Who can understand his errors?
Who can understand his error? Who can understand your error, your mistakes? Where it came from? Where these mistakes and errors come from? Huh?
Cleanse thou me from secret faults.
Cleanse thou me from secret faults. These are faults that happened, that took place unknowingly. Secret faults. Right? Go ahead, read.
Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sin.
Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sin. These are things that King David is asking God and praying to God. He said, please don't allow me to fall into presumptuousness.
Yeah.
Presumptuous iniquity is when you do things unknowingly. When you do things knowing that it's a violation in God, but you still do it. You still do it. And there's no offering for presumptuous iniquity. There's no offering that can go up for presumptuousness. Okay? Tamshi.
Let them not have dominion over thee.
Let them not have dominion over thee.
Then shall I be upright.
Then shall I be upright. So in order to be upright and just and honorable before God, I have to get rid of presumptuousness. I cannot continue to sin presumptuously before God. Tamshi.
And I shall be innocent from the great transgression.
Tamshi.
Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my strength and my redeemer.
Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart, the words of your mouth and the things that you conjure up in your mind, be acceptable in the sight of God. So the things that I say, the words that I voice out of my mouth has to be acceptable by God, which means I cannot allow myself to say the wrong thing. I cannot allow myself to voice the wrong thing. My thoughts and the things that's conjured up, that forms in my mind, I can't allow myself to conjure up these abominable thoughts that's against God. So King David is praying to God and asking God to allow my words and my thoughts to be acceptable by you, by God, by the Most High. Right? Meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. Oh Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Okay? So now, let's go into Isaiah 66. Isaiah chapter 66. Got it? Got it? I'm see. Isaiah chapter 66.
Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne.
Thus saith the Lord. He said, the heaven is my throne.
And the earth
the heaven is my seat of honor. And what?
And the earth
is my footstool. Huh? You hear this? Look, you hear how God popping, talking this. Huh? He said, the heaven is my throne. He said, the earth that y'all live in, I use that to rest my feet. He said, I use that to rest my feet, man. What y'all talking about?
Where is the house that you build unto me?
He said, where's the house that you build unto me? Because this was the thought that came to King David. Nobody else thought upon God, the name of God, but King David. This is why King David was God's beloved one. He said, where's the house that y'all build unto me, man? He said, where is it? Israel abandoned the house of God. Mind you, there was only one temple. One temple. This is not a temple. This is a place that we gather to speak on holy and righteous things. This is called a camp. God had one temple. That is the temple that Solomon built with the mind frame or the thought that came from his father, King David. Okay, Tom Sheet.
Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest? For all those things have my hand made. And all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look.
But to this man will I look. This is the type of man that will gain my attention. He's going to draw my attention towards you, being this way. Go ahead.
Even to him that is poor.
Poor. And the Hebrew word for poor, it also means humble. Humble. See, a humble person can go far with God. A humble person can go very far with God because a humble person will acknowledge his fault. A humble person don't have pride in them. A humble person will not be vain. Okay, humble. Read.
and of a contrite spirit.
Naker ruach. Naker ruach means of smitten and afflicted spirit. A smitten and afflicted spirit. So a person with a smitten and afflicted spirit, I read in the Psalms where King David said, I have broken my spirit. I have broke my spirit. So how do you break your spirit? You break yourself. You break yourself and allow yourself to be broken under the rules and the curriculum and the standards that God set. Because in order to follow this, you got to break yourself. I can't break you, and you can't break me. We got to break ourselves and humble ourselves in order to follow after the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Contrite spirit.
And tremble it at my word.
And tremble it at my word. Fear. Be afraid. Tamshi.
He that killeth an ox as if he slew a man.
It's as if he slew a man.
He that sacrificeth a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offereth an oblation as if he offered swine's blood. He that burneth incense as if he blessed an idol.
Because these offerings that are dedicated to God. So when we did these offerings, we got to bring these oxes in the first year of this and whatever at the entrance of the tabernacle. Because it's dedicated to God. Which means the offerings was not killed wheresoever you choose, wherever you wanted to choose to kill it. The offerings and whatever animal you was used to bring up that offering was brought before the tabernacle of God because it was dedicated to God. Notice that Judah said, he said, man, Tamar is pregnant by whoredom. He said, man, listen, bring her forth that she may be burnt. Another part, that was a different part, but in the book, he said, in the law, one of the laws, it says to bring her at the entrance of her father's house. At the entrance of her father's house. And she got to be stoned. Go ahead, read.
He that burneth incense as if he blessed an idol.
He that burneth incense is as if he blessed an idol. Okay. What is the word for incense? Lebona. Lebona means frankincense. Notice that incense and frankincense was only burnt during what? Sacrifices. It was part of the sacrifices. So when they do, you can't get caught burning incense and frankincense wheresoever you choose, because these things was a part of the sacrifices and they was wholly dedicated to the offerings. So that's the reason why we have to correlate and order our lifestyle according to the book and what we read here. So if God said that the incense and the frankincense was only burnt during sacrifices, then why you continue to burn incense in your house? This is why I don't burn incense in my house. You got brothers that still burn incense in their houses, and they feel, well, this ain't. I heard one brother tell me, he said, well, this ain't the incense that God is talking about. Incense is incense, man.
Incense is incense.
Frankincense is frankincense.
That's right.
What? It has to be. What are you talking about? God said the incense and the frankincense was only burnt during sacrifices. So I don't burn incense in my house. I get some Febreze, Lysol.
That's right.
Open the windows. But you ain't gonna catch me with no incense and frankincense.
That's right.
They said, burn the incense as if he blessed an idol. The word for idol is awang. Awang means injustice. To bless anything you bless, you speak good about. You praise, you glorify, you speak gratefully of. All right? So now we got to watch what we speak good about. Because the things that we speak good about may be unjust. It could be unjust in the eyes of God, and God gonna say you bless injustice. So we gotta watch what we talk about and what we accept, what we don't accept. That's why we gotta be careful with who we go. We can't go to everybody for advice. God said he was specific. He told Moses, he said, hey Moses, he said, go amongst the nation and pick you out 70 elders whom thou knowest to be elders, which you don't think we have more. Hey, you don't think we have more than 70 elders amongst the nation? It's millions of people. But everybody didn't have that character. Everybody had that quality of an elder. Not because you're old with gray hairs, growing out your nose means you're an elder. Because you could be a fool too. You could be an old fool. Okay? That don't go according to the laws of God. Sometimes you may go to a younger man than the elder that is more determined to serve God and follow the curriculum of God. You can get better advice from that young man. Why? Because that young man has more determination in God than that 80-year-old.
Better watch them camps that got high priests. My time is in your camp.
Okay, so we gotta be careful, man. We gotta be careful. Okay, and play me.
Yea, they have chosen their own way.
They have chosen their own ways. How many of us have chosen our own way, but we refuse to choose the ways of God? I said we refuse to choose the ways of God. So when we have turned away from a lifestyle that is not accepted by God, you have to turn away from that train of thought. You have to turn away from their ways and their behavior, which means God told us who to follow. God told the man to follow Abraham. God looked at the woman and said, man, follow Sarah. So sometimes we have to ask ourselves, would Abraham do this? Sometimes we got to ask ourselves, will Sarah do this? Is this becoming of an Israelite woman? Is this becoming of an Israelite man? We got to ask ourselves that and be truthful with ourselves. Bring the tone down. Bring the pride down. Stop being stubborn. Stop being obstinate. Stop being hard. Stop being difficult. Because stubborn means you're not easy to manage.
Yeah.
I can't manage you. I had tried everything in the book to deal with you, and I came up with different avenues to try to fix this. Different methods. You gotta read. I don't know, man. Go ahead, read.
He that burneth incense and received burnt, blessed an idol,
Uh-huh.
yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighted in their
You know
abominations.
what that means? Their soul delighted in their abominations. And guess what? You delight in the things that you're doing, knowing that it's wrong. You know it's wrong.
Yes.
But you still continue to fulfill it and do it and delight in the things that you're doing. That's why you won't stop.
Yeah.
No, you don't care if a person tell you, man, you're wrong, you shouldn't do that no more. Huh? Yom Kippur is around the corner. Yom Kippur is what, next month? A day to atone for our iniquities. I said a day to atone for our sins. Now, according to the book and what I read, our forefathers did not atone for nothing. Who did the atonement? Say it again. The high priest. The high priest fasted. And he confessed
His family.
the whole, first his family. Took care of his household first. And then after that, he has to confess the nation of Israel upon the head of the scapegoat. And if that is not happening now, then where do you think your sins is going? You still have the same sins that you did last year because you haven't stopped. You see how far away we got from God? God has made a way for us to relinquish iniquities. God has made a way for us to regain and get back in good graces and favor with God. That's why you had a peace offering. But we messed all that up. And God knew we was going to need all these burnt offerings because sin was instituted in the world at the very beginning that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. We got to be better, man. We got to get better because there's going to come a point in time when the door's shut. And when God shut the door, there's no coming back after that. And with that, I already got what's board. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And then I'm going to call up the next speaker, Teacher Indeed, Chief Mikal Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to Chief Men, Prince Men, brothers and sisters and visitors. I bring you on the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
At this moment in time, I would ask everybody to stand and repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them is,
the sea and all that in them is,
and rested the seventh day.
And rest the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet, the mountain smoking. When the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall he make unto you gods of gold. And also of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay. Leviticus chapter 18. Everybody got it?
Yes.
Leviticus chapter 18. He said, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land. This is an introduction that God has to keep introducing himself over and over to the people. He said, every time he says, give a command, at the end of it, he says, I am the Lord your God. You know why? Because they grew up in Egypt not knowing who God is. They grew up in Egypt serving the gods of Egypt. This is where the Israelites came from. Okay? They did not know God at the beginning. They grew up in Egypt, knowing Egypt's ways, ordinances, and customs, their belief system. Okay? When God brought them out, God taught Moses the words to teach these people so they cannot be looked at by God the same as Egyptians. They were only Israelites hereditarily. You know what that means, right? Only by hereditary, the line. Mm-hmm. But they weren't living as Israelites like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob was. They learned when they was in the wilderness by trials of fire. You know what that means? You know what a trial is? A test. Mm-hmm. A trial is when you get put on the stand to see if God is going to is going to sentence you guilty or innocent. Those are trials. They went through a lot of trials. They went through a lot of tests. They failed a lot of them. Joshua and Caleb, Moses, Joshua, these guys, they were exceptions. They were trying to get the people and convince them that the way that they were thinking was wrong. Okay? They were incorporating the ways of Egypt with what God was showing. And that's where they messed up at. So God always has to remind them, I am God. I am your God. Never mind them other people and who they're calling out to. I am the one that got you out of Egypt. I am the God of your fathers, your ancestors. So if I'm their ancestors, if I'm the God of their ancestors, I'm the God of you. That's why he keeps saying, I am the Lord thy God. I'm the Lord thy God. Over and over, so many times in the book of the Lord. Time sheet.
After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither y'all bring you, shall ye not do.
He said, okay, after the doings, in Hebrew, the word is ma'aseh. Ma'aseh. It means deeds, works, a thing that is done, or an act. An act is something that you do, okay? Your business, your pursuit, all of these things had to change. Okay, your doings and your deeds that you did in Egypt, they gotta change. You don't do these things anymore. Their deeds was their lifestyle, what they did every day, regular lifestyle. Okay, their mannerism. Okay, who they prayed to, how they prayed, how they dressed, what they ate. All these things were their deeds, their doings. So he said, what they celebrate, what days that they observe, what they honor, who they honor,
how they dress,
all of these,
how they dress,
all of that goes into.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about doings. He said, now the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein you dwelt, you lived there. Meaning you lived there, and you lived like them. He said, he cannot do. You got to cut that out now. Now, see, it comes to a time when you have to stop. A lot of things, sometimes you thought it was correct. And then you read here, and what you thought was correct and what you read don't match. So now what you thought was correct is not. And I have to accept that and not be in a denial. That way I can do what God said. That's how this works. Comes you.
Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances.
What is their ordinances? Their order. The order of things. Right?
Turn up on your birthday.
Okay? How
Turn up on New Year's.
How they celebrate. How they worship.
Look up down on New Year's.
This is a statute.
Look up down.
Okay? It's a statute. First of all, the statutes are your days. So the days that y'all commemorated in Egypt, you can't commemorate now. You can't celebrate now. You can't bring to memory. You can't be a part of the attendance of the celebration of that. What y'all used to do in Egypt has to stop. Okay? And there were a lot of things that people do today that were started in Egypt. We're going to read about them later. A lot of things. Look, funeral worships, certain way people get married. All these things were started in Egypt. And that's why God said, look, what you was doing in Egypt and how people look up to, talk very good about Egypt. The word, oh man, Egypt was the cradle of civilization. They were the smartest people. They were this. They were ungodly people, according to the Most High God. He told Abraham, in Abraham's time, I'm going to bring your seed out by a mighty hand when I visit that nation. He was talking about Egypt. Now, God visiting a nation is nothing good. Meaning he is visiting their sins upon them. Meaning it's time to punish this country or this city or these people for their sins. It's too great. What they've been doing is greater than those guys and these guys. There is a time where life expires according to the punishments and the sins of the people. That's what visitation is. So God told Abraham about this thing that was going on in Egypt thousands of years before it happened. He said, no, with surety, your children, your descendants shall be slaves. They shall be servitude to another nation. Okay? But this nation I'm going to visit and I'm going to bring them out. Now, when I bring them out, I promise I'm going to bring them to the land that you walked on. But the deal is, when Abraham was walking that land, he served God. Everything God told him, his commandments, his statutes, his judgments, his ordinances, his voice, his charge, everything God told Abraham, Abraham did it. No questions asked. God didn't show Abraham a sign either, like he had to show the children of Israel later on. Okay? 2 signs. He said, look, show them this. Put your hand in your bosom. He put his hand in his bosom, came out right. He said, then there's another one. If they don't believe that, because it's hard for people to believe God today. It's hard for Israelites to believe laws when they read it. I hear people break stuff down to people, and people say, I don't agree to that. That's not how you're going to learn. You can't go to school and they say 2 + 2, and you say, well, I don't agree to that. I think it means 5. That's what you're doing with God and his commandments. You know that, right? You want to run his show. You want to tell God how to punish you. You want to tell God how to treat you. You can't do that. Count you.
You shall do my judgments and keep my ordinances.
Okay, you can't keep the judgments of the Arabs. One of the judgments of the Arabs in the East is if they catch you stealing, they cut your hand off. That's not God's judgment. God said if you steal a sheep, he's going to pay back 4 sheep for 1 sheep. If he stole an ox, he paid back 5 oxen for that 1 ox. You're going to pay back a lot more than what you stole. That's your lesson. You ain't ever going to do that again. But God never said chop his hand off. That's the judgment of other people that serve deities, that made up their own judgments. Egypt made up its own judgments. So now you got to change that. They had a lot to change. We still got a lot to change. Do not think you know everything. Do not think you got this down pat. Because you're going to hear things and you ain't going to agree with it because you think you know it all. Okay? You're here to learn. The ways of God are strange to a person who doesn't know them.
Mm-hmm.
It was strange to the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
That's why God said, how long is it going to take for them to believe me? What? 10 plagues. That's enough for a regular person to believe. He said, if I went to anybody else, they would have hearkened. They would have listened. What's up with you guys coming out of Egypt? You got God upset. And he repented. He said, man, look, I'm ready to kill all of them and make who? Make a nation out of who? Moses. Don't say that ain't fair. Everything God do is fair. When God kills, it's fair. When he created, it was fair. He has the right to make alive and to take the life. Just remember that. We have nothing to complain about. Don't you?
To walk therein, I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments. But if a man do, he shall live in it.
If you're doing it, you're living in it. If you're living in it, you're doing it. Okay? This is something, this is an action, this is a verb, this is something you have to perform. Okay? So if a man is doing it, that means you're living it. It's seen, it's shown. Wow, what I'm reading here, I'm seeing he's doing it.
That's right.
And he's projecting it.
That's right.
That's what it means. Okay? He said he shall live in them. What is them? Sounds like something plural, more than one. A group of what? Commandments. He shall live in those commandments. Those commandments are going to govern my life. Those commandments are going to override how I feel about you. I ain't got no business feeling this way. You have done me no harm. Oh, man, I don't know. My spirit just don't take it. I have an evil spirit. I have a spirit that goes around hating and not liking for no reason. David said, yo, why is Saul chasing me? He said, what have I done? David was asking all this time, what did I do that this man want to kill me? He just gave me his daughter. Now he want to kill me. The evil spirit was upon Saul because of his shortcomings with God's word. He was already doing the commandments. He was already observing Shabbat. He was already dressed correctly in his robes before God. He stopped the people from eating with the blood. So what did he do wrong? A direct order from God. Just like you get a direct order from your parents. Okay? This is a law now coming from God directly, personally for you. Go over there and kill those Amalekites. Save nobody. Take nothing back. I don't want no spoiled. Everything there is cursed. Kill the king. Kill the babies. Yes, God did say kill the babies. He said the suckling child. They were ordered to do this. Okay? A lot of people will say, what kind of God would do that? The most eternal God, a mighty and terrible. That's why he's called a terrible God.
Gracious God.
Because he will do terrible things to you. Like
gracious.
no other can.
He said, for I am gracious.
Okay? And on top of that, he's versatile and he's still gracious. Even though when you don't deserve it.
Your mother terrible.
Okay?
That's terrible.
Where I'm at.
No,
Look, let me make it correct. When he says he's a terrible God, it means that he's not a bad God. He does terrible things to you. Things say, wow, that's terrible. You lost a brother, a mother, and a son in one day. That's terrible. God did that. Okay? Person, since they birth, they got to stay in a tube, in a bubble, because they can't be around regular oxygen that God gave them. Think about these crazy diseases going around. Tourette's disease. Everything come out the person's mouth is a profanity.
Yeah.
We're talking about this, and all of a sudden, All these things are curses from God because the years and the years and the millenniums and the years, more and more sin. As we go by, the world is filled with more iniquity and sin. So there will be more devastation, damage, disease, bacteria, virus, mishaps, tumults. You know what a tumult is, right? Oh man, you can tell somebody fighting outside. You can tell when it's a group. You can tell when something's going on, when the police chase. All that is a tumult. All these things are nothing good to the one that's happening to because of what? Punishment. For iniquity. Since the great transgression, you know what the great transgression is? When Adam received that fruit from Eve, his wife, and ate of it. That was the first great sin. That was the sin that opened up everything else. That sin enabled angels, yes, angels, to come down. I mean, people don't believe that. People read that and say, no, those weren't angels. And you can't serve God. You got to be able to believe the impossible when it comes to God, because he does the impossible. He does things that you would say is impossible. That's what makes God God. Because it's impossible for you or anybody else, but not him. Touch you.
None of you shall approach to any that is near kin to him to uncover their nakedness.
That's your close relative, blood relatives. Okay? This is the things that the Canaanites, these verses we're going to read are detailed acts and deeds of the Canaanites. All right? The Hittites, Girgashites, all those. Not. Okay? This is the stuff that Egypt used to do. Okay? They were a little too close in family. Call it incest. Okay? In pagan religion, when incest is involved and a baby is birthed from incest, they call it the godchild. Y'all know that, right? Yeah. That's Nimrod. Nimrod was born, okay, of incest, and he also went into his own mother. That same Nimrod we read about. Don't get it twisted when they say he's a great, mighty hunter before the Lord. He didn't praise God. Okay? Anybody who praised God, he hunted. That's what Nimrod did. Nimrod was the king at the time of the Tower of Babel. He was the one that put the decree out to make that tower to reach up. He was the king of Nineveh. He was the king of Calne. He was the king of Babylon. He was the king of Mesopotamia at that time. And he started what we call today religion. The Trinity, the Triad, ghosts coming back resurrected, the sun resurrecting and getting women pregnant. All of that came from Nimrod first. And when everybody got dispersed with their own language, they took that idea, what that happened with Nimrod, and that story with them about a virgin getting married, a virgin that was married, but she got pregnant, not by her husband. Some say it was a ghost. Some say it was the rays of the sun. Some say it was the moonlight. That's why people, romantic dinner, what they always do, light candles. You know what those candles represent? The illumination of the moon god. Yeah, that's why they didn't use candles. Everywhere where you read in the English where it says candles, in the Hebrew it says oil lamp. If it says candle, candlestick. In the Hebrew, the real definition is oil lamp. Okay? We had our lights powered by olive oil, oil lamps. They call them lanterns. Okay? The origin of burning candles is neo-paganism. It started in paganism. It started from the same people God told us to leave alone and don't follow their ordinances. Tom Sheep.
The nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother, shall thou not uncover. She is thy mother.
Uncover in this term means to lay down with. to have intimate cohabitation with, to gaze upon. Okay? That's why everybody had their own quarters. Everybody had their own tents. There was no sharing.
Negro.
The sister and the brother in the same room. The uncle and the niece in the same room. No. Everybody had their own tents, their own quarters. From the husband, he had 5 wives. All 5 wives had their own tents. He didn't go to bed with all his wives.
Same bed.
They don't get down like that.
Same bed.
The wives don't get down like that with each other. This is Israel, man. The ordinances of Egypt are not to be ours, and those are the ordinances of Egypt. See through. Wearing anything that see through. I can see through what you're wearing. That was Egypt. Close fitting. The man or the woman did not wear anything close fitting. There was no cleavage from the woman. In Isaiah, let's go to Isaiah chapter 3. Go to Isaiah chapter 3. Yeah.
For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water.
You know what that is, right? Food. Drought. Nothing is going to grow. He said the Lord of hosts, he takes away from Jerusalem, okay, and from Judah, because that's who was left. By this time, the 10 tribes of Israel is long gone, never to come back. They never came back. They got taken into what is called Upper Europe. They got spread out into Asia and Upper Europe. Okay? You heard of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, all the stands, all those places. Okay? That's where they come from. They spread it out from there and went further up into the European countries. Now Judah stayed, but became worse. Saw what Israel did, saw what God did to Israel, and still went and followed through and did worse than what Israel did. Because you saw what happened to him for what he did, and then you still went and did the same thing. That makes you worse. So Judah, in the year 70 AD, was taken out by the Romans and was spreading on the shores of North Africa. Mm-hmm. By the time they got taken, Judah, their tribe, and who was there got taken in North Africa, 10 tribes been up in Europe. They're in Japan by now. Mm-hmm. That's why you have a lot of people all over the world that claim they are Israel. They are descendants. Mm-hmm. God scattered everybody. Whoever he left alive got scattered. 4 corners of them. He said, those that are left of you shall pine away where? In the land of your enemies, not in Jerusalem. I kicked you out because you wasn't going according to the agreement of keeping this house. Right. The house was where God chose to place his name. That's why you cannot sacrifice nowhere today. It has to be where God chose to place his name. There is no place like that on this planet as of today. Okay? Florida, that's where people go to take vacations. They miss 2-3 Shabbats to go and take a vacation. Those are best vacation. They say gangsters grow old and go down here and retire. It has nothing to do with God. Okay? Mostly everybody's naked down here. Time sheet.
But behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of the bread and the whole stay of water, the mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the
all of this God taken away. God took it away before he scattered them, because you got mighty men, they're going to fight. He took the might out of the men, and some of the ones that had a lot of might, he killed them. So there's nobody to stand up now. Everybody's going to be scared. That means you're going to be good slaves. Okay? The mighty man, the man of war, the judge, the prophet, the prudent, and the ancient. All these guys You need these guys. You need the ancient. The ancient is what teach you about prudency and teach you, all right, you know thou shalt not steal. You know this. You know thou shalt not. Now the ancient to teach you how to get it all. He show you the ways that you're not going to get unless the person has been through it, and that's why it's called the ancient. Prophet, we don't have no prophets. Where you at? I need to inquire. Okay? There is no way to inquire. There is no Urim and Thummim. You know what the Urim and Thummim is? 2 pieces of dice. They call it, that's where dice come from. But they were flat. 2 flat pieces. Okay? And one mean yes, the other mean no. And it was hidden inside the pouch of the high priest's breastplate. Where are all these items at? We don't have it. You need these. You need you need God to consecrate a man, pick this man in order to make this man a prophet, or make him a king, or make him a priest. We have none. We've been them for ourselves. It's what's best for us to do is we're told by God. When God said, "Thou shalt not," or when you read and you hear God complaining about what the people doing, the things that they're doing, you don't do. But go look up the words and all that meaning. You don't have nothing to do with it. Make sure you don't have that within your heart. Wow, I'm a thief. Yeah, I do like to steal. Oh, I do like to do this. I got this. Admit it to yourself. Okay? And you will be able to identify, okay, what God is talking about. Because he's going to take all of this away. He said, what? The captain of 50? We don't even have captains. We don't have captains. The captains is part of the army. How we have captains, but we ain't got no army. Where's my captain of 50 right now?
Right.
Tom sheet.
The captain of 50 and the honorable man.
Where is he at? Where is the honorable man that will judge a matter honorably? You know what honorably is? I'm not going to pick your side.
That's right.
And I'm not going to pick your side. Now, according to what I'm seeing and what I've been told, is that everything? Is that everything you got to say? I don't want to hear nothing personal. That's what happened? Okay, is that what happened? Were you there? Were you there? Did you see? Did you hear? Okay, we got 2 witnesses. Okay, now we established that case the way I just read it to you.
Right.
And whoever is guilty in that situation, do not be afraid to let them know that they're guilty. Do not let them get away with it. A lot of Israelites get away with guilty charges. And then innocent dudes come, right? They do something. Since he said not the sins like the sins of these guys. This guy, he messed up. Well, he didn't mess up like this guy. And he got away with it. He got a pat on the back. That turns people off serving God. You are going to make people go back from where they're coming from. You make people stay home and don't go nowhere where they're supposed to go. Okay? And no decision is supposed to be made upon yourself, family, or anyone that makes you miss holy convocations on Shabbat. No decision. Any decision that you come up in judgment, you can't come up with a judgment that violates the commandment. Y'all understand that? You can't come up with a judgment is a decision. Okay? You cannot come up with a decision that's going to stop you or someone else from coming out on Shabbat day. Okay? Because that'll be the beginning of your weakness. Once you stop these laws on Shabbat, it trickles during the week with other laws, and you get weaker. This is the anchor. This is one of the anchors of keeping God's commandments. Okay? Because it was instituted way before his commandments. Right. Way before everything, from the beginning, this was instituted. So it's your anchor. There's rules to it. You can't kindle no fire. That means you can't cook. That means you can't boil water. That means nothing better not be fried, not one, nothing. So leave the fire alone. Eat sandwiches. Keep the food close to something that's been on before Shabbat.
Right.
Before Shabbat.
That's right.
You cannot kindle at the time of Shabbat. It can be kindled before. You can't rekindle anything off of it either. You leave that fire there. That's to keep your little food warm. You don't put your food too close, it will cook. So you gotta know what you're doing. And you gotta be careful. So what now? I don't know the exact distance, but I give it a distance where I know this ain't gonna cook. It'll just get warm by proximity. That's not taking a risk. That's thinking on God's commandments.
That's right.
Not saying, nah, that can't be done. Oh no, those laws can't be done. Those laws can't be done. Only laws can't be done is the Jubilee laws, the sacrificial laws, the Levitical laws.
That's right.
But when we talk about marriage,
Sacrificial.
okay, sacrificial laws we can't do here. But we talk about marriage, right? You can do it here. Oh yeah. If she looks at me as a husband and I look at her as a wife, okay, we ain't breaking up.
That's right.
We're not separated.
That's right.
She will not ask for divorce.
That's right.
Because the treatment I'm going to give her is that of a husband, for
That's
real.
right.
Boy, it's all a
Like
game.
Abraham.
It's all a game.
They say Isaac loved Rebekah. I'm quite sure Abraham loved Sarah and then Keturah afterward.
That's right.
And the love is me caring for you
Taking
and
care of
showing you how God wants you to be.
God taking care of you.
That's love,
That's right.
okay? That's the first order of love. That's what you get from your parents. Before you know what love is, you get the treatment.
That's right.
That's why that little baby loves you. She says, "Well, you want to go to use love." Because that love,
That's right.
she feeds you, okay? Love. He said, "Love my commandments." That's the order, right?
Yeah.
That's the command, right? We're loving the wrong things.
Uh-oh.
We're loving the wrong things.
I love the
Okay,
Jets.
do I have to go into detail? Tell she.
And the counselor, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator.
Man, listen, all these guys are gone. God said, I'm taking all your talent away. I'm taking the captain of 50, the honorable man, the counselor. That's why we got counselors that give bad counsel. They don't counsel according to the commandments of God. To show you God toward God.
Uh-oh.
To bring you toward God.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, I could be mad at you, but I'm still not going to tell you nothing different than God say. We're not mad at each other, but my decisions and my ultimatums is not supposed to come to you or me. Stop serving God now. Sometimes you got to leave it alone. Some situations you got to leave it alone. You got to leave it alone. It's a fire that has been put, and you don't understand it. God put heat. God put controversy. God put tension. God put all of that. God make this person don't like that person because he don't want that person here no more. He know what's going to get you out of here. He know our feelings. He know your fears. That's why he said, fear me.
That's right.
Me only.
That's right.
Fearing God is being afraid to go against any and all commandments.
That's right. Say it.
Or what God thinks of.
That's right.
How about that?
That's right. Say it.
How about that? Tell she.
And I will give children to be their princes, and babes
Yeah.
shall rule
You hear that?
over them.
And I'm going to make them subservient to children. Babes, I'm going to bring y'all so low.
The children will
The
rule.
children of the heathen going to rise above you. They're going to be princes over you.
20-year-old clock.
Yeah.
20-year-old clock.
Oh, yeah. They right outside. They're in the house of detainment.
Like baby.
They call it jail. Got little dudes like
So
this.
grown men.
18 years
Tell
old.
you what to do.
And he call you any name he want in the book. You go ahead and say it's racist. He gonna beat you. Yeah. Today, outside. Okay? Watch it now. You need God to be with you because he has set these people over us because of our shortcomings from day one.
That's right. That's right.
From day one. And we keeping it going, man.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
And the people shall be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor.
I don't want to hear about the slavery, the slave trade. There's no complaining.
God did that.
God's punishment was so severe because, oh boy, you read 2 Kings 16, 2 Kings 17, God will tell you everything that they did wrong.
That's right.
And why he kicked them out. And why I let those nasty heathens be able to point the finger and make them think that they're better than you now.
Right.
Because you followed them.
That's right. That's right.
The same enemy that's over you, you following them.
That's right.
Everything you go on the phone, you go on the computer, the tablet, you follow. Even the mindset.
Right.
Certain words don't even bring it to Israel.
Right.
I'm not trolling you. If I'm correcting you by your sins, and it's not a troll.
Yeah.
That means I'm bothering you.
Yeah.
So we can't correct each other.
Yeah. Talk about it.
You can't be corrected.
Talk about it.
Rebuke thy neighbor.
Rebuke thy neighbor, suffer not sin. Meaning, if I love you, see, that's another example of love.
That's right.
I will not see you doing something against God.
Wow. Don't stop them. That's right.
Instead, I'm going to talk about it over here. I feel better talking about your sin over here.
We don't know what love is.
Soon as she nagged me, I'll get away from her. I want a new wife. You know what you picked up, and she know what she picked up.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have rushed. Should have courted. That's what courting is. Take time to know each other, especially today. Everybody's not honorable. I gotta know how this guy is when he get upset. He got hand problems. He got a mouth problem. Does he like kicking things? Will he throw the dog out the window? Will he have the police here? Will she do that? Because women are aggressive today too.
Will he throw a bike at me?
Okay. Will she punch herself in the face and call police and say, because you have women, I've seen women do this. I've seen men did the worst to women. I've seen women do the worst to them. And they were supposed to love each other. And you got children, and the children just sitting there looking. And they learning. Okay, this is what I do when she get on my nerves. This is what I do when you get on my nerves. I'm a sass. I'm going to do all that stuff they be doing. I'm going to do all that neck movement. I'm going to give them all of that. We got to stop. Ain't no love. We don't love our parents. Say, honor your father and your mother.
I want to know what y'all is.
You don't even want to acknowledge when you wrong to them.
Right. Talk about it.
Everybody want to point out their parents' faults.
Yeah, man.
Who am I to go complaining to all of you about my email, about my album? First of all, I was supposed to rub that on my chest and keep it pushing. That's right. That's how you control your emotions. God taught us to control these emotions because in order to honor, you can't get mad at who you got to honor. You can't complain at who you got to honor. But he did this, but she did that. It's against the law. That's not for you. That's not for you. Did Isaac tell Abraham anything? When he was about to get, right? After a while, he knew what was going to go down. Did he revolt, protest?
No.
Did you hear him saying he had an attitude with his father because he remembered the day when he was going to sacrifice him? But do y'all know in paganism, that was the thing? Y'all know that, right? Was no problem for Abraham to do it. He just not too long came from that. He just came from that.
Don't be your
Molech.
Babies.
Do not burn your children to Molech. We call them Momo. We don't like saying the words and the names of these so-called fake gods.
Read the book.
Okay? God said don't say their name, don't acknowledge.
Read the book.
That's why there are other surnames for them, like Baal Peor, master of the opening of a woman's womb. That's what they're worshiping. That's why every time you hear that they went to Baal Peor, they were worshiping Mother Nature. That's where it comes from. That's why Asherah and Ashtaroth come from. That's where Isis come from. All of them is one and the same. You're not supposed to be wearing an ankh. You know what an ankh is, right? It's an Egyptian cross. Now we know what it is. I see Israelites wearing it, and I said, yo, bro, you ain't supposed to be wearing that. We're not supposed to be wearing no symbols. No symbols. All symbols represent a god, a deity,
all signs and
a
symbols.
demon.
All signs and symbols.
All of them.
We don't have none.
All of them. We didn't wear that. You know what our sign is? You know what our sign is? The Shabbat. And we live the Shabbat. We don't wear it. Thou shalt keep the Shabbat. I don't have to put it on my t-shirt. I don't make a bandana and put it on my head. That's not what I put in my front leg. I represent the Shabbat by living it.
God said it's a sign between me and you.
Your co-workers at work gonna realize, hey man, you never come on camp day. Camp day is on Saturdays. They pick Saturdays to go music parks, to go here. Saturday is the day they turned it around. They took it away. And they say it's not God's day. They say God's day is Sunday and Saturday is your day. To do what you want.
Wash your car.
Wash your car. My hour used to say, what's that program? Watch Soul Train.
Yeah.
He was back in the 70s. And I remember when he used to say, he said, man, they watch Soul Train. Yeah, and the Spanish people watch Caliente. That's the Spanish version. Okay? Or, how do you know about that? You see, look, and it's all nothing but whorish women up there showing their bodies. We got to stop liking it. Because that's why they went with the Midianite woman. Remember? They said they went down there and said, yo, man, come on out here. Come on, man. They didn't call the woman. They said, come on out here. And they went with the woman to the Midianite camp and sat down and ate of the sacrifice. The sacrifice was unclean. I'll tell you that. And it was abominable. And then they rose up to play. It wasn't playing marbles. It wasn't playing hopscotch. It wasn't playing games. Okay? It was being lewd and lascivious. All right? Unlimited sex acts. All those sex acts, except the regular way. All right? You worshiping Baal Peor. Oral, anal, masturbation, group, toys, anything other with your wife or your husband to get pregnant. Anything beside that, anal, anything beside that, you are worshiping Baal Peor.
You too extreme.
The Lord of the opening. Okay?
You too extreme, bro.
Nah, I gotta show you because this is what made God mad with these people. I'm telling you what they were doing when they went to Baal Peor. There was something that they did. They didn't just go in and start bowing down to the idols. There are ways to worship those idols. That's why God's. Oh, but don't say that in there. Look, you read more.
It ain't for you.
Read more. It's in there. Break those words down. You will see. You ain't supposed to be doing that. It's a bad thing. It's an evil thing. You can't get pregnant that way. You can't have a son that way. That's what they were doing.
He just said it's simple to those that understand.
It's simple to those that understand, but to ones who don't, you're going to knock your head over. Tell you.
The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient. In the
That's
face.
today. Oh, yeah, that's today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I see it in Israel. I see it outside in the street. Some youngin' always got to get put in check because he overstepped his boundaries and he messed with the wrong old schooler. Not all people who are old schoolers going to still take that. Some of them still got it. They just look old.
You see the bus driver?
They just look old. He may walk slow, but when it's action time, you would think he's Joab.
Put the beats on your
Stop playing. Okay? Yeah, man. Look. I'm not taking disrespect from the young. I see that a lot. The young ain't never going to learn nothing from the old with that dishonorable stuff. I see it with women, to older women. And I see, man, little kids. Remember, go up down Parhead. Who was doing that? Children. To who?
old man.
To who?
An old man.
Alicia.
An old man.
Prophet, man of God. They were teasing him. They were mocking him because his head was bald. He didn't cut his hair. After you reach a certain age in life, your hair will start thinning and will run out. And you will start balding, whether you like it or not. Yeah. Yes, young man. Some of you, I see your hairline already. Okay? You got to look. You go get your hairlines from your Abba. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, it's hereditary. The sons get their physical features from their fathers. And at a certain age, a certain time, you start to lose physical strength and hair gets thin. And that's when people start to mess with you. Yeah. Because you don't have the beauty of the young no more. And that's not a good thing to do. Teasing is what they call mocking. Mocking. If you're in charge and you're the leader and you make a command and I question your command, I mocked you. If I dishonor my mother and my father, I mocked them. Any commandment that I break that of God's, I mocked God. I insulted him. See how far mocking can go? If you don't just follow the command, you're mocking. You're making fun of this commandment. You're taking it light. When you take something light, you're mocking it. That's why you tease people. I mean, he ain't gonna do nothing. Look at him. And what happened? 42 of them. Okay? He said he cursed them in the name of God. Didn't say what name. God got titles. He got a lot of titles, a lot of stuff that they addressed him by that we don't. He didn't say which one, but that name, that particular name, caused action. It caused us 2 she-bears to come out of nowhere. Okay?
That's right.
And caught 42 of them. So that means it was more children. It was a mob of them.
Yeah.
The head of days, the Lord of spirits.
And the base against the honorable. When a man shall take hold of his brother of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler, and let his ruin be under thy hand. In that day shall he swear, saying, I will not be a healer.
This is when you got dudes that's ruling, and they say, man, I'm not going to heal. I'm not going to do that. Man, I ain't teaching nobody nothing. You can't lead. You can't be an officer. You can't be selfish. Everything got to be towards God, towards for the people towards God. That's what God told Moses. Not for me. Tamshi.
For in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people. For Jerusalem is ruined.
Okay. Solomon made the temple in Jerusalem, right?
Yes.
Jerusalem been there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Solomon established, it's called the dedication of prayer of the temple. And in that prayer that Solomon made towards God, it was like he made a deal with God. He said, look, man, if we be far from this land, in our enemy's land, we pray towards this place, not towards Jerusalem, the place that's in Jerusalem.
The house of God.
Okay? Because that's the place now is where God's name rests.
Right.
Where God said, this is where you guys are going to bring your sacrifices. My name will be worshipped here, not all over the place. Right here in Jerusalem.
Teacher.
AKA Jebus, which was the land of Jebus for a long time, one of the last towns to get captured. And they got captured by David, way after the judges.
Right.
The Jebusites held that down for a long time till David came, got them out of there. They were some hardcore Canaanites. They were the hardest ones to get out of there. He got them out of there, and it's called Jerusalem. Then later on, the place was erected, where God chose to place his name there. And Solomon said, if we pray towards this place, not the city, you gotta face Jerusalem.
Talk about it.
Because the place that you gotta face is in that city. I'm gonna just leave it there like that. Is that place there now?
It's gone.
So what I do is pray, I prostrate myself.
Ain't no face the east.
Now, together as a whole, we can't prostrate ourselves. We don't have room like that here. So we'll still pray towards it as if it was there. Yeah, but it's not there. We're in a bad strait.
Dome of the rock.
Okay? The people that Solomon was talking about was the ones in Babylon. Remember, 70 years. So when they prayed towards that place. You know why? Because it was still active at that time when they was in Babylon. There were priests that were left back there. Okay? They left the fire, the continual fire. It went with them. And they kept that with them. And they kept that thing lit till they got back. Now none of that is there. 70 AD, General Titus, Roman general, came in and sacked it. Okay? The same thing that Nebuchadnezzar did centuries earlier. Tamshi.
For Jerusalem is ruined, and Judah is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against the Lord.
Because their tongue, their sayings will come out their mouth, and their doings, what they do and what they do to each other and what they be saying is not correct. So I let Jerusalem a ruin. Tamshi.
To provoke the eyes of his glory, to show up their countenance doth witness against them. And they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe unto their souls, but they have rewarded evil unto themselves.
That means trouble unto their souls. You're going to always run into trouble. That's a sentence from God. Some people could get that personally. The individual could get that personally. Where he told one king, he said, well, you're going to always have wars.
Right.
Because of this here, you did this here I didn't like, you ain't never going to have peace. You're going to always be looking over your shoulder. You're going to always have to spill blood in order for yours not to be spilled. That's not a nice life to live by. It's not. But our doings, okay? That's what gets you like that. And now, you ain't got God saying, well, look, you're going to have what? You don't get none of that. If you don't peep it yourself and correct it, you're going to stay in that sentence until you leave here. You're going to pine. That's pining. That's wasting away in your sins. Tamshi.
Say ye to the righteous, that it shall be well with him, but they shall eat the fruit of their doings.
He said, he's going to be okay. You know how somebody doing something they ain't got no business doing, and they don't want to listen, and you say, man, leave him. He's going to be all right. When this and this happened, that's how God, that's the same example. He said, leave him alone. He's going to be okay. When I do this to him and I do that to him, he'll be satisfied then because this is probably what he wants, because this is what he's going to get. This is what he get, the fruit of his doings. That's what the Most High do. He only give you what you give out, what you put out. How motivated you are towards him is how motivated he'll be towards you. Tamshi.
As for my people.
As for my people.
As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them.
You hear that?
Oh, my people.
He said, as for my people Israel, the children are their oppressors.
That's a fact. Woman rule over. My boss is a woman. All right, she bark on me over.
The police officer's a woman. She tell you, get out of here. Now. She bark at you.
My boss bark on me.
You go get a job. She get it before you do. Women get certain jobs quicker than the man. They will hire. I will hire a woman quicker than the man. Come on. Right? Because look, she ain't gonna hold up the place. He will. He'll bring his buddies and hold it up. She may line it up, she may set it up, but it's less with her. They say a woman can get in places a man can't. It's true. Did he read that again?
As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them.
She said, she took my gun away and said, I can't see my son no more. I'm gonna kill something. That's happening a lot too. You displease her, she keeping the kids away. That's how she gets you. That's how she gonna get you. You gotta watch all these things. Why? Because what? She's thinking as a heathen, because that's what all heathen women do. That's what they all do. I'm mad at him, get back at him, keep the kids away. Especially his son. Cut his hair, make him sit on Santa Claus lap, and feed him pork. I'm doing it. Yeah.
That's true.
They do it on purpose, man. Because they hate God, and now they hate what you represent because they don't like you no more. It didn't work. Whatever. Now they made it more personal. They can say, well, you know what? That's your son. You want him to live like this, you go ahead. Don't be scared. That's being unselfish. Selfless. They don't do that today. If she stop doing the law, the kid's gonna stop doing the law. I see that a lot. Man died. The whole time he was alive, everybody was observing these commandments. He died, and no more. No more. It stopped. And only 2 or 3 hang on. And they got to be part of another family in order to hang on. That's what I see in Israel today. And it's a shame. It's not supposed to be that way. The man mostly dies first. But it's not supposed to stop when the man dies. Children are too hardy. They have too much to say. Parents, Israelite parents, you are giving your children too much liberty. You're giving your daughters, they said, do not give your daughters too much liberty. That's in the Apocrypha. Wise words, what you should and shouldn't do if you want to serve God. What you should and shouldn't do if you want things to work out well within your house. They said, don't boast of your son all the time. You know why? He's gonna get big head on you. He's gonna get big headed on you and think he's better than you. Yeah, sons rising up. Yeah, Abba, what you gonna do now? Yeah, Abba, what you gonna do now? Don't even sound right. Oh, I don't speak to my email no more. Why not, sister? Oh, because
We don't
they
mess
have a justification.
we don't mess with our Abba no more, brother. We over here.
Y'all gotta watch. There's too much of that. And there's things, it ain't like he molested you. Okay? It wasn't even that. So let's not say, oh, well, what if the parents? No. I hear these cases. People complain about their parents all the time. I'd be like,
I'm divorcing my parents.
how can I cut my mother off or my father off?
Because you cut off.
They can cut us off, but you can't cut them off.
Right.
Because you cut off. That's why.
God told you to honor.
That's right.
That's how it stays. No matter how you feel the situation.
That's
Hey,
right.
they could be wrong. You gotta leave that alone.
That's right. That's right.
That's how you honor. Okay? Some people in the book didn't like God's judgments. They told him he wasn't fair. So remember the people we're dealing with. It's the same people that tell God he's not fair. How is God not fair? And he created fair. He created the idea of being fair and being right and being equal. Tamshi.
Oh, my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err,
The
and
ones
destroy
that
the way
lead
of thy
you,
path.
the ones you pick to follow are causing you to mistake these commandments for something else.
That's right.
If they're not, whatever they teaching you, if it's not in here, don't go by it. I don't care who it is. If I come up here and I say something that's not in that book, that ain't gonna happen. That's not how we were taught to teach.
So do that over here.
Everything we say is of this book, of this law, of the ways, and the sayings of the wise, godly men and women. There's certain actions and certain things the man and woman did to show that they were on God's side and it was approved. Read more and get into it more and start doing those actions or reactions. Yeah. That's what we got to do. Chief Shama, knock off all those meanings and sayings and words. See if you have any of those bad qualities in you and don't and get it out of you. So you know what? I'm not gonna sit here and lie to myself.
Fact.
Right now, Shama, we teaching it. So you know what? Real quick note, I'm gonna work on that. That I'm getting out of my heart. You can get it out of your heart, and you can put things in your heart. This is what this is about. But I can't put the commandments in my heart if I still presumptuously sin.
No.
You understand? I'm not making space for the goodness, which is these commandments.
Right.
I got to make space because I was born with garbage here and it grew.
Automatic.
It grew into a junkyard. Okay? Now it's getting cleaned up.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of cleaning up.
Yeah.
It's cleaning up where I didn't know was dirty.
Yeah.
What I thought was clean wasn't.
Yeah.
Because you keep breathing, you find the whole way. You know what? And I've been doing that. Yeah. The level that we on with the Lord, we wasn't on this in 77.
No.
In 1977. Our knowledge and our level of the commandments and God's ways is not the way it is now. It's greater now. Why? The decades and generations of keep pushing. Keep, okay, whatever I know, I'm doing it. And I'm going to keep knocking my head until I get it right or I got it right.
Yeah. Thank God for my father, man.
So you're going to learn. You're going to hear things about yourself.
Sure.
You may be hard to accept.
Sure.
A lot of people are in denial. People don't like to be wrong.
True.
Nobody likes to be wrong. That's pride.
Yeah.
That's right.
That is pride. Pride is I'm right by my standards. I'm right when I say I'm right.
That's right.
I'm wrong when I say you're wrong.
That's right.
Okay? Township.
The Lord standeth up to plead and standeth to judge the people.
He pleaded. He pleaded with his people. You only gonna plead with your people. He ain't gonna do that. He ain't doing that with nobody else. Because he don't want what's coming to you to get you. The way you're moving, Israel, God gonna have something there that you're not gonna like. So he's pleading with you. Please turn your arrows around, turn your ways around, start doing these commandments. Leave that alone. Stop picking that up and bowing down to it. Okay? This new festival you're in, God didn't require that. Okay? In Leviticus 23, Deuteronomy 14, God tells us the days that we are to celebrate. Okay? Just think about it. All these celebrations and days out here. Is it in the book?
No.
Did Abraham celebrate it?
No.
Did Isaac celebrate it?
No.
Did Jacob celebrate it?
No.
Moses,
Uh-oh.
David,
Uh-oh.
Solomon,
Uh-oh.
Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. I ain't hear none of them talking about celebrating the day of their birth. But I could read in Genesis about Pharaoh celebrating his birthday and a man getting sacrifices that day. Something got to die. The original birthdays was done by kings only in the ancient world.
Do your research.
If you do your own, you
Do your
on a birthday
research.
party for my son, everybody die in that house.
Do your
Y'all
research.
don't know how kingdoms was. Y'all don't know how kingdoms was.
Do your research.
Okay? How the kingdoms was established was upon neo-paganism, what we call devil worship.
Do your
What
worship.
we call Satanism.
Do your
That's
research.
what paganism comes from, Satanism. Okay? Since Satanism is a self-centered religion, it's about you, self-centered. Oh, why you gotta be so self-centered? Why you gotta be so pride high? Okay? It's the highest pride of religion of pride, period. It said the highest holiday of the year would be the Satanist's own birthday.
That's it. That's it.
The doings of the land of Egypt thou shalt not do. Pharaoh was from Egypt. The doings of Egypt was celebrating their birthdays. Thou shalt not do.
That's
Township.
Plain and simple.
Okay.
When a man shall take hold of his brother of the house of his father, say, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler. I'm sorry, that's wrong. He said, The Lord will enter into judgment with the ancient of his people and the princes thereof. For ye have eaten up the vineyard, the spoil of the poor is in
You
your
ain't leave
house.
nothing back. He said, you've eaten up the vineyard.
You
And
ain't
the law says for you not to clean the
For
vineyard.
the poor.
What that mean? You can't clean out everything. You got to leave some for the poor, for the stranger, fatherless. Well, upstate New York, they said, man, don't cut no apple trees out here. Those are for God's deers.
Yeah.
That's what the heathens say, right or wrong. You cut, they had us doing lumberjack work, cutting trees this big with little saws.
Yeah.
Okay? But you better not cut a tree that bears fruit.
Better not.
By law, in New York State, I don't know about any other state, you better not cut down no cherry tree, no apple tree, a vineyard. You going to jail.
Mhm.
And they're giving you a hefty fine.
Mhm.
The man said, my God, he said, God's deers eat this.
Mhm.
They eat the apples.
Yes. Yeah.
So don't you cut that. Y'all don't like it, but they do.
Yeah.
And that's what we're supposed to eat. Yeah. How do you know how that piece of flesh you eating died?
Yeah.
How do you know how it died? Did you kill it yourself? Do you know how to make the kill yourself? These people back in this book, they dealt with animals, livestock, and they were veterinarians. They knew when the animal was sick. Oh, yeah, we can't use this. This guy got scurvy. They knew what to look for.
That's right.
We get our food from the heathens who don't go by these commandments,
That's
who
right.
will never go by these commandments.
That's right.
Our commandments is strange to them. It's like, what? Y'all do what? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't see myself doing that every week.
Yeah,
I'm self-centered. You can't serve God thinking about self.
That's right.
God come first.
That's right.
And then God will think about you. Township.
What mean ye that ye beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, saith the Lord God of hosts?
This is what we was doing to each other. Not the heathen. Israel was taking advantage. The rich ones was taking advantage of the poor ones. The ones in authority were abusing their authority and oppressing their brothers. You're a hired servant. Now I don't make you a bond servant. You ain't getting paid and you ain't going nowhere. You're going to work every day for free. That's what we were doing with each other. That's what happens when God's commandments are not being done. We start looking at each other now. We start pointing the finger. They start accusing. I don't like how one here. Yeah, setting each other up, turning each other into siding with heathens. I've seen that too. It's my brother. It's my brother. But you sided, you knew what the heathens gonna do. You knew what they was gonna do. You didn't do nothing. You stood by the blood of your neighbor.
That's right.
He said, thou shalt not stand by the blood of your neighbor. Meaning you don't stand by in knowing or seeing your neighbor, which is your brother, who calls on the same God you call. That's what makes y'all neighbors and brothers, because back in this book and back in this land, we all lived around each other in the same community. So next door was an Israelite. Down the road was an Israelite. It's not so today. So today, my neighbor and my brother is one who calls and serves God, calls on his name and serves and keeps his commandments like I do. Now you my brother. We got to, I don't care what color you are. I don't care if you got 3 eyes.
That's right.
Okay? God said, don't vex the stranger that come amongst you to serve God.
Right.
He didn't come amongst
Right.
us to serve you or me, or for me to put him under subjection because he's not of a skin color. No.
God, people was not
All that is out the window. Whoever serves God is godly,
That's right.
Right.
no matter what country, creed, color, nationality. All black people are not Israelites.
Say it again, brother.
I don't know where y'all get
Say
this
it again,
from.
brother.
Y'all know the whole world was black at one time?
Come on,
And
man.
the Canaanites were black.
Right.
The Hamites were black.
Yes.
The Egyptians were black.
Yes.
The Babylonians were black.
But then God said he's the God of all
Of
flesh.
all flesh.
Of all flesh?
Not only you gonna serve them,
Not only, come on, man.
okay? There's gonna be a couple of others. You're gonna have some of your the Hittites pulling up.
Yeah, talk about
We're
it.
gonna have some Jobs pulling up.
Talk about it, bro.
We're gonna have some Ruths pulling up.
Okay.
Dedicated. Where
Okay.
you die, I die. Where you live, I live.
Yeah.
Man, because your God is my God.
Yeah.
She made it clear.
That's right.
Your God, my God. I'm not going back there like she did.
Yeah.
You don't have to go
Right.
back to your God if you get divorced,
Right.
sister.
Yeah.
You don't want to remarry, you can stay a widow,
That's
right? Or you can stay single.
That's
You don't
right.
have to marry,
That's
That's
right.
right.
but you gotta serve God.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Okay? You gotta serve God. Some shit.
Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty.
Oh man, the daughter. He said, man, now we're talking about the daughter. We got to the men, now the daughters of Zion. They're haughty, man. They have ways that shows disobedience to God's commandments and ways. They interact and get married and get divorced in their own ways. That's what makes them haughty. Once you're haughty, it's hard to teach you something. It's hard to get you to listen. You are in denial to acknowledge your sins. So you're not going to listen to this. You're haughty. A man can be haughty also. Anyone who does not hearken is haughty.
And walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes.
You know what that is? You know what the stretched forth neck is?
Stretched forth neck of pride.
I'm putting my chin up.
Can't tell me
I
nothing.
don't care how wrong y'all saying I am.
Can't tell me nothing.
Can't tell me nothing. I'm not doing it. I don't care what you say. Look, you husband or not, you ain't gonna do. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say, God.
Yeah.
We do that with our actions. You ain't gonna say that, but you do it.
That's right.
Actions speak louder than words.
That's right.
Right.
God said when you break his commandments, you despise his laws.
Uh-oh.
And you hate
And you
him.
hate him.
Uh-oh.
How much people hate God in this
Stop
world?
saying you disagree
Huh?
when God's laws come on ground, because
Huh?
you just disassembled and you're broken.
Yeah, okay.
You telling God he wrong.
Yeah.
You don't even know what you're doing, man. Tom shit.
Walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet.
Walking and mincing as they go. So it's a certain walk, okay, that was done that was not good. It's a loose hip walk that women have.
Yeah.
They said, look at the walk. That model walk.
She's a stout.
All that stuff. They didn't walk the children of Israel. Yeah, I can't demonstrate for you. But I know they waist move a certain way. And they got the high heels on. And they walk very commandingly. Yeah. That comes from the character of a dominatrix. And that's also part of vialism. Okay? Whips and chains and all that stuff. Yeah, that's where it comes from. Look up the origin of some of these customs. Look up the origin of these days that we're not supposed to be celebrating. Look up the origin of when people sneeze and they say certain things. See, look and see where that comes from. It ain't come from here. You don't have to say bless you when someone sneezes. That is ancient German worship to their God. Before it was bless you, it was Gesundheit. And that is the name of a ancient German idol god. Yeah, because they say you nearly die every time you sneeze. So what? God ain't say it. It don't matter. You sneeze, you sneeze. He said the boy sneezed 7 times. You ain't see the prophet say bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you every time. We got to stop with these customs, yeah.
That's not.
This and the mannerisms, customs, and ways of the people.
Right.
We don't pour out liquor for nobody who died. That's not our custom in mourning. We mourn different.
That's right.
We don't have repasts.
That's right.
You know what repass is? Yeah, Israel. We don't have repasses.
That's right.
Repasses was born out of paganism.
That's
Don't you know everybody has that? If we're supposed to be different, why we got the same days and celebrations like everybody?
Yeah. Where's the difference?
Well, we just 50% different. The rest, no. It don't go like that, Israel. Allow the bomb to be dropped on you. Okay? The bomb of realization is certain things you're gonna have to stop. Certain things you're gonna have to stop liking. Certain things you gotta stop eating.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not eat with the blood,
Yeah.
nor any manner of fat.
It's chicken.
Now, before we get there, no. Before we get there, cold cuts. Cold cuts have blood and fat in it, and you don't even know where that meat come from, how healthy that animal was. The animal could have been dying sick. You know what they do? They chop off the bad part and give you the good part. Come on, y'all. We're not supposed to be eating out of restaurants. Tonight, I want everybody to look up this word called Mithraism. Okay? It was a deity called Mithra. I'm saying it so you can get the right pronunciation. Look this up tonight, and you will see where a lot of everyday things that's regular in the world came from that. And every time we indulge in certain things, it's where it's the ancient Roman god. You will see where bathhouses come from, masseuse parlors, bath parlors, restaurants, amusement parks like Great Adventure and waterworks and whatever they call them, museums, aquariums, all that stuff we're not supposed to be into. Yeah. Look it up. I want you guys to see for yourself instead of me telling you every week. Okay? I want you to see for yourself. This is not something that you just listen to and go like a robot. Take what you hear home and you will see. Okay? Check that word out tonight, everybody. And it's going to take you on a journey. And if you're true with yourself, you're going to find certain things in there that you are doing also. And you're going to come to the term that you need to stop.
Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts.
And once a woman got a scab on her head, it prevents her hair from growing. Okay? That's a kind of a curse. Okay? On the daughters of Zion. To where what made you beautiful, okay, was your hair. That's why when you got married, you got your head covered. All married women in Israel, head was covered. Okay? That's why my Ima's head is still covered, and she's a widow, and is still covered as if she was married. We didn't identify with the ring, y'all. Mm-hmm. We didn't identify with that ring. That ring is old Egyptian custom. Okay? That ring is a band, a wedding band. It's called a band because it comes from the sun god. The bands of the sun, the sun rays, and the bands of the sun god. When the people put that on and they get wedded under that shadow, they're wedding under the sun god's rule. Okay? They're wedding under that paganism. That's where it came from. Abraham and them didn't get wedded like that. You don't hear nothing about no engagement ring. They got engaged to be married, which is betrothed, promised. I promised my son was going to promise with your daughter. They were engaged. They were promised to get today. They call it fiance. Fancy word. Just means this woman and this man is promised to each other to be married. And that was a custom in the East. Everybody did it. Now, you can't tell your daughter or your son, I don't want you to marry her. I want you to marry her. I don't want you to marry him. Or, daughter, I don't want you to marry at all right now. I would rather you wait. You don't listen to these things. And that's our downfall. These were also the customs of our forefathers, right? Arranged marriages. But now today, right, it's good to have a father that can pick, because he's going to see things in this man that the woman don't see, and vice versa. He's going to see things in this woman that he don't see, because we're superfluous. A lot of times we don't go into getting to know each other. I'm dealing with you on face value. That's most of the time how we do. Time sheet.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 18. Mm-hmm. In that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet and their cords, and their round tires like the moon.
Go back to that verse again.
Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their
Now,
secret parts.
after he get rid of all the mighty men and the honorable men, he ain't got all you got is no good men laying around. He turned to the woman now and destroying her beauty. She don't have no hair now. She gets scabs like eczema, ringworm. That's where all these things come up at. And it prevent, and then she get in the crown of her head. So now her hair's not growing too good. It don't look right. And what else?
And the Lord will discover their secret parts.
And the Lord will discover their secret parts. They are going to want to uncover themselves. God will allow them to have the mind to be able to say, I'm going to lift my skirt up. I'm going to lift my skirt up all the way to the thighs right here.
Show cleavage.
And I'm gonna put some leggings on. Leggings is pants. I don't know. Leggings is pants. It's just real tight. Yeah, that's all it is. Or she got a mean split. She got a long skirt, but she got a split right up to here. And I can see her thigh. I'm not supposed to see her thigh. Now I'm trying my best not to make my eyes wander. And now look at this here.
Hold down, daughter of Zion.
Every time she come around, I'm going to another room. Because I'm a gaze. And with gazing comes lust.
I get up there.
Then you start asking. Who's that? She got me. But I didn't desire her for a wife. I saw the thigh.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Brother, she underage. She's 17. Man, I ain't know about that.
Why is she showing herself for? Don't be so quick to get married, man. Learn about God first. And then, when you have a son or a daughter, give it some time for that son and that daughter to at least get weaned off the breast. Yeah. Not giving the kids time to learn. Because I'm so busy making more. They're not getting their education about God the way they're supposed to. They need that one-on-one. I ain't got time for one-on-one because we got a new one here. I'm very promiscuous. I like having a lot of wives. I like having a lot of wives. I ain't marrying them, but they're my wives. Some still live with their grandma.
Talk about it.
In that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet.
You see, they used to wear, the woman of Zion used to wear little tinkling ornaments that when they walk, you hear them. You hear it tinkling. You hear their jewels clanking. God said, I'm taking all that away. All that beautiful sound.
That was their beauty.
That was their part of their beauty. That's how they adorned themselves. They didn't adorn themselves with eyebrows like this. Saying hi to you.
Umbrellas.
Hey,
Umbrellas.
I'm here.
Yeah. Damn cool.
Before that got trendy and popular, you know who started where, you know what who eyebrows were made for, what exact occupation? Stripping.
Prostitutes.
Yeah, same thing. You put it together.
That's right. She called them umbrellas.
That stripper, she sells herself. She entertains sexually,
I
and
did my
she
homework.
sells herself.
It's called umbrellas.
That's where it comes from.
Umbrellas.
That's where it comes from.
That's what it's called.
That way, you don't really know who I am in the daytime. After I take all this stuff off in the pink wig, green wig, red wig, turquoise wig, gold. All of that is the adornment of the heathen, man. Time shit.
And their calls, and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments
You know the bonnet
of the legs.
is, right? What you have on, sister? That's a bonnet. Time shit. Bonnet
And the
a bonnet covers a woman's head. It covers her cheeks, right? You don't get to see all of them. It covers her neck. You know why? Because that's a woman's nakedness. According to God, that is a woman's nakedness. Look, her legs, her ankles, all of that is her nakedness.
Extremities.
Her arms,
Extremities.
all of her extremities, and her neck, and her cleavage can't be seen. I'm not supposed to see this much of the chest. Sister, come on.
You're right.
Aren't you married? What's up with her? Eesh.
That's right.
Some of you like, look, is she married? Her Eesh let her walk around like that? Because I don't see no difference outside.
Okay. Okay.
You can see every shape, every form when she's walking.
Yeah.
No good.
Talk about it.
That'll keep the evil man away. Make him
Yeah.
look at something else. You don't want to attract that type of attention.
That's
All
right.
right?
That's right.
Tongue sheet.
And the headbands, and the tablets, and the earrings.
He said the bonnets, the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands, and the tablets, and the earrings. Okay? They're the ones that wore multiple earrings. They wore earrings. And oh man, it was beautiful. This was real gold and silver and brass they was wearing. Tongue sheet. Rings and nose jewels. Men don't wear nose jewels.
Father would say you got some sugar in your blood.
Look. Look. A lot of people like Tupac, right? He had a nose jewel.
Yeah,
I always wondered about it.
He had honey. That's what.
Okay? I always wondered about it.
Yeah.
When I see him, I said, man, what's he doing with that? Some type of little tweeter in it.
Yeah.
You just gotta give him enough pressure.
Yeah.
What is he doing wearing a nose jewel? Those people, woman, that's the picture
Pictures naked in the tub too.
Yeah.
Okay? He said the changeable suits of apparel. They had different robes. They didn't stay with the same thing all the time. It was a beautiful thing. All right, they were rich people, so they had more than one change of robes and garments, and the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins. The glasses. You know what the glasses are? Mirrors. Yeah, those small mirrors. Make sure she look good for her husband. That's the only one you looking good for. You got a husband. Top sheet.
And the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils.
Their robes had a hood attached to the back of it. This is all the things the woman wore. You can't mistake them for a Muslim woman, or a Christian woman, or a Rastafarian woman. Our men and our women are supposed to look different. Your children are supposed to look different. Don't cut the poor child's hair. Don't cut his hair. Don't have him walk around. You know, little kids, when they're young, their heads are real big. They have to grow into it. You make them look crazy, man. You make them look crazy. You got them looking like heathens, man. Don't cut his hair and get them used to that barbershop. They didn't have barbershops. The only time they hacked their head off, man, okay, was in the consecration of the priesthood. That's it. You only do that one time to be consecrated. Everything comes off.
That's right.
Okay? Okay? In mourning, sometimes they do it. Sometimes they put ashes on their heads and rent their clothes. Anybody ever mourned like that? You got to start mourning the same way. They didn't parade bodies around.
That's right.
When somebody died, they buried them.
That's right.
Look. They buried them before the sun was down. They didn't have to go to a funeral parlor. They didn't have to go to none of that because the law says you got to have that body down here.
That's right.
Dead body gets everything unclean. Okay? There's no way to get clean from that today.
That's right.
You are able to, but we don't have the facilities and the people that are needed in the place. We don't have that no more. We can't replace that. So let's think about a lot of the privileges and the easy opportunities we had to get close to God. All of that is gone. There's nobody here to say, look, I can tell you something to do right now that God gets. They can. Samuel could come here right now and tell us what to do and get God's attention right now. He'd be looking to look and the spirit will tell them, okay, look, I know what these people need. Look, this is what y'all need to do. Ba, 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 ba. If you do it, it's gonna work. That's why Samuel was a bad dude. Any city he came to, they were scared. They were scared. They said, yo, are you here to prophesy a curse or a blessing? I said, nah, I'm here to prophesy a blessing. They were like, okay, cool. Because they knew, and him, whatever he said come out of his mouth, God approved it. Because back then, you had soothsayers. You know who soothsayers are, right? Diviners. People who dealt in the craft. And they're very smooth with their words. They know how to talk to people and get you to laugh and enjoy the good teachings. But you didn't learn nothing. You didn't learn how to get closer to God. That's how we teach. Teach you the things that can get you closer to God and get his attention because it's needed. Tongue sheet.
And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell there shall be stink, and instead of a girdle, a rent, and instead of well set hair, baldness.
You see that?
And instead of a stomacher.
Instead of well set hair, baldness. Okay? Instead of a stomacher, you know what that is?
A girding of sackcloth.
It's a girdle. Keep it in. They will wear girdles. They will wear girdles. Women will wear girdles also. Okay? He said they ain't even going to have good material no more. They're not going to have that fine linen to make that stuff no more. They're going to have to take rags and put it on. And that's what they did with my commandments. They ragged it. Tongue shoot.
And burning instead of a beauty.
Mm-hmm.
Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty in the war.
You're not going to win.
In her gate shall lament and mourn,
Uh-huh.
and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground.
And she being desolate, she going to sit where?
On the ground.
Before she was so delicate, she wouldn't even let her bare foot touch the ground. Another thing the daughters of Zion, they don't walk around barefoot. You know who walk around barefoot? Hamites. That's why the back of their heels look like potatoes. Yeah. That's a lot of walking on barefoot, man. The Hamite woman, they walk around with their breasts out. That's their pride. That's not your pride, daughters of Zion. You don't even walk around barefoot. I used to very good practice that I instilled in all my daughters. I said, I don't want to catch you outside in slippers. Mm-hmm. The slippers is for inside the house. That's what it was created for. Am I correct? Slippers was created for in-house. Was it created to walk outside with? No. No, it wasn't. That's for when you're in the house. When you go outside, you take the slippers off, you put your boots on, you put your shoes, put your outside stuff on. So it's not a good practice. That's what got it, bro. Hey, man, hey. You hear them from up the block. And when you look at the bottom of their feet, it's black like this.
That ain't cool.
My mother used to call them Bluefoot. It's so black, she got a blue foot. She got a pepper head and blue foot.
Black in the feet, cute.
Pepper head because she got a small little ponytail right here. Look like a pepper. You don't want to look like that. That's the end result of moving like the heathen woman. You want the same thing the heathen woman want. See how the Israelite men want the same thing the men want? You see what they getting? Don't follow that, because you're going to get the same thing the heathen woman is getting. And they getting it just like how the men getting it. Because they pushing their chest up. That's not a daughter of Zion. Talk sheet.
Chapter 4.
Oh, no. Go to Exodus. Lord, yeah. Exodus chapter 23.
Exodus chapter 23.
Read.
Thou shalt not raise a false report.
Do not bring a false charge up on somebody. Don't try to make it a violation. It's not even a violation. Watch the charges and the accusations. Make sure you have proof. If you have witnesses, make sure those witnesses ain't lying witnesses.
That's right.
And the witnesses don't get together and get your story straight either. But those are called lying witnesses. Okay? And don't lie when you say what happened to make yourself look good. Admit what you did wrong in the situation. Admit the part that you played. You threw fire in it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, okay. And what you did? Did you do the honorable thing so that you could stay faultless in this situation and be innocent? You got to watch that. But we allow each other to push our buttons. And I forget God, and I think about my hatred for you. And my hatred for you and your hatred for me, we wind up sinning. Yeah, time sheet. So when you raise a false report, it's because you wasn't there. I don't want to hear what happened from someone who wasn't there.
That's right.
Nah, but I know him.
Somebody come and tell me something. I said, well, hey, you was there? No. Right then and there, I can't take that. It could be true,
Nah, but
I don't know.
Right.
There is no other backup. There's no other proof. Because people lied. They said men lie, women lie.
Right.
Children lie.
That's right.
The priests lie.
Yeah.
The women argue with the men argue with the priests. The people contend with the priests. You know what that means? Because the priests was the ones that had the book, the law. And the priest said, well, look, this situation here, in Leviticus, it says da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They said, no, it don't.
It don't mean that.
They said, don't mean
It don't
that.
mean that.
They said, I don't agree with that.
Sound familiar.
Look, the sisters,
Sound
even the
familiar.
sisters said, I don't know about that, Aki.
Sound
I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
We gotta watch ourselves,
That's
man.
right.
We're not better than any of the people who serve God in this book. They are all examples, the good ones and the bad ones.
That's right.
Don't criticize nobody. Okay? Leave it to what it says. Don't start thinking you would have did better than that person. You wouldn't have. I'm letting you know. Bring your pride down. Like one of my mans be saying, relax. It's not that serious. That's just a feeling that you don't know how to control yet. That's our problem. We got feelings and emotions we have not mastered. That's why we can't master nothing else until you master those emotions. You master that spirit, and you'll be better than a governor that could rule a city. That's what it's saying. in Proverbs. That's what it's saying in Proverbs. You will be better. Who's the governor of New York? Kathy Hochul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Governor, yeah.
Governor.
Yeah, right? You'll be better than her. In God's eyes. Not in these people's eyes. They not gonna look at you at all and care about how you live in your life, and it's been they're gonna uplift that. But God said, I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna say you better than the king, and the ruler, and the president, because you live a life that they can't do. They are incapable of. They already been sentenced on. Come shoot.
Put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Look, I cannot side with y'all on this. I gotta make sure. I cannot agree with this.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure this is correct. I gotta make sure what happened. I gotta see what happened. I'm not just gonna side with you because of what you say. I'm not gonna side with you guys because you know what? Most of the guys over here, they're the ones that got the money. So I'm gonna side with the guys that got the money. Yeah. Israelites, man, they're good for that. I've seen a lot of that over my years. Dude. I've seen the guy that got money, he don't do no law. He got a lot to say.
Brown nose.
Yeah. He had a lot to say.
So
And I used to be like,
make yourself a teacher.
and I used to be a little upset, wait a minute, but he don't do, everybody listen to this guy, there's something wrong here.
Got some more.
He got something wrong because he's not doing what they're doing and they're all listening to him. How this guy is ungodly and he got so much say so? How come you don't see him on Shabbat? The only time you see him on Shabbat is on feast days. They think they're valid. A lot of Israelite men do not have holy convocations on Shabbat. Some of them float. They don't know how to sit down and listen to a chapter. They come sit down 5 minutes, and then they're over at another camp for 5 minutes. And they go over here for 5 minutes. Why don't you pick a camp, sit down for that day, and absorb God's lessons? Because what you're doing is wasting time. Thank you, young man. You are trying to kill time. Yeah. Okay? By moving around, by going over here, by going over here. A little bit before you know, 6 hours passed. Well, we got 3 more hours to go. And then, look, close to the sundown, everybody get pepped up and start moving around. But in the morning time, you late. You drag to come out. But when it's time for you to go to work, you there before the Mexicans is there. Nobody come out. The Mexicans, they out there all night. Where's your drive at, man? Come on. Who are you? Are you who you say you are to God? Question yourself. You're going to have to question yourself. The same way you will question that man and that woman, question yourself. Am I correct before God? Do I truly believe I'm doing all his commandments? I've accomplished right now in my stage of my life. Have I completed everything? Can I say what Hezekiah said? If God come to kill me now, can I say what Hezekiah said? But haven't I done? He said, but haven't I done all your commandments? Woo, big statement.
Should I say your facts? I got you.
I did everything you said.
No, I said facts. I got you.
No, that's a sermon.
I said facts.
Look, anybody would say that. I said, but wait a minute. Well, but I did everything you said. I mean, I'm not like him. I did everything you said. And that counted. He was able to say that with no cap.
15 more years.
We know what cap is. Without fake lips. Without being 99%, he was 100% right. Because he said, haven't I? He asked God, didn't I do all your commandments? Did you?
So I fear God.
God said, yo, man.
You right.
He did. And what God did to the son only affected that man. Yeah. The sun kept going up. The degrees that he turned it back, it only affected that man's life. It didn't affect nobody else.
Crazy. Because nobody else got added.
Nobody else got added. Nobody else got taken away.
The dial in his life was turned.
In his lifetime, what God did to the son, okay? God run everything, and there's certain things you can't explain. That cannot be explained. All we know is God turned the dial back. There's a dial.
Yeah.
That's, you know what I'm saying? And it affected his spirit and gave him more life. Joshua said, Joshua commanded the sun and the moon.
Yes.
That's right. Son, stand still in the valley of
So what I'm doing, praying to the sun when it's being blocked by the moon, aka eclipse.
Eclipse.
There is no prayer to say in an eclipse. Do not look at an eclipse. He said, you shall not marvel at the signs of heaven. You don't look up and say, oh, a shooting star. You already know these things exist because of God. That's why you're not supposed to be so amazed. He said, don't look up and be amazed at the stars of heaven.
They said.
Like they do. They're stargazers. The Chaldeans were astronomers. We're not astronomers. The most we do is say, oh man, the sun about to rain. It's about to rain. These things are up there for signs of the seasons. And that's what we do. We look at the clock and say, okay, it's 4 o'clock. I can look at the sun and say, what time? Okay, man, it's past noon. It's about 5. It's about to go down. It's about to come up. That's what it's for. Not to have any prayers done or any type of work. Man, you can't do that, man. Yeah. God caused that to happen, but he never said anything is to be done when an eclipse is an occurrence. The whole world has glasses and they're looking at the eclipse. They got cereal boxes After you eat the cereal, you can put the lens in it, and then you got families. I've seen people on rooftops, man.
Me and this man seen a woman, right or wrong, brother, like this, boy.
Yeah.
This, praying to the sun.
That's sun worship. That's straight up sun worship. He says, "Though thou be thou lookest up towards the heavens and seest the sun, and be what? Driven to worship." That's what that is. Something in me said, well, look, this most high creation, and this is a beautiful sight. Let me see it.
Don't marvel.
You can't do that.
You said that in the book.
Whatever you don't see in here, we can't do. We can't incorporate nothing new in this way of life.
That's right.
It's already thought of. God already thought it out. God already planned it out. And he gave it as commandments. Look, all you got to do is thou shalt not. I don't like when you do this. I don't like when you do that. When this happened, you do this. When this don't happen, you do that. If it's 3 days or more, if it's 7 days, he give you all of it. All we got to do is follow it, and we'll be better.
That's right.
Mentally, you will be better. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shalt thou
Look, you follow a group of people or the world. Either way, that's who you follow. A multitude is people.
That's right.
Countless. You can't count them. It's a lot. That constitutes the nations and the people around about. Don't follow what they do, because everything they do is an evil purpose to it. So you can't see an ungodly act, and then incorporate it in your house and say, yeah, I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna start this, or Tom sheet.
Neither shalt thou speak in the cause to decline after many to rest judgment.
You know, I saw what happened, and according to commandments, he's wrong. But I changed my sentence because everybody else said they overpowered me. They said, "No, man, he was right. Come on, man." And so now I let that change my decision. I changed the judgment. I rested it. I rested the proper judgment that was supposed to be given. I took it away and put something in there. I perverted it. To be a pervert is to change. Change the order of whatever. If it's supposed to be man and woman, and that was woman and woman, that's a perverted act. If it's man and man, it's a perverted act. If it's man and child, it's a perverted act. Man and beast, woman and beast. These things are perverted acts.
Man.
God speak about them.
Man in hand.
Perverted act. That's worship. Masturbation is worship. You know, you're worshiping the sun. You don't even know. That's why those toys were made. They're not real, but they're made in the form of, okay? Yo, those were deities, man. Do y'all know that? Body parts were made and carried around up until today in China. They have a group that worship the man part and the woman part.
The first one was made.
Yeah, it come all the way back to the story that she couldn't find nobody. She couldn't find it. Nimrod got cut up.
Right.
This is the story.
Right.
They don't say who cut him up. Thought he was a great hunter. Who cut him up? They said he was a great hunter before God. Who beat up and cut up the great hunter? Never said. They said she found every part except his private number. So to substitute, she made a phallus. Today they call it.
That's the first one.
Phallus worship.
That was the first
That's
one.
another one you can look up tonight. And you will see a lot of abominations that come from phallus worship. Phallus worship is the worship of any body part. Mostly in detail, the private genitals. Tell she.
Neither shall thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
He said, he said, thou shalt not follow among the evil, neither thou shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to rest judgment, neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. You make this guy's countenance drop. He the only one in here he homeless. Everybody in here is not homeless except this guy. And we say things, right, to make him feel bad. I say things like, well, I'm going home to my crib, I'm going home to my house. I got my Isha, I got my stuff. I don't know about you.
Yo, brother, ain't nothing like going home to your own house, right?
Look, back then, the countenance of poor man. Today, it kindles his wrath.
Right.
And he will come out. He said, oh, word, you want to be there? All right, I'm going to take what you got. Or I'm going to kill you. Or I'm going to do this to you. See, now the retaliation is not good. And that's what goes on. You don't countenance a poor man in his cause. Don't make the poor feel poor.
That's right.
That's right.
That's treatment, huh? And that's our people, man. We're talking about our people. All these laws is for me and you and us and we. Okay? They were given to a people who lived amongst themselves. They didn't live amongst the heathen.
That's right.
They was told to destroy all those Canaanites, man. And they messed up when they left them alive. Because the ones that were left alive, they were able to turn the hearts of the sons away from God and towards Baalim and Ashtoreth. You read about it, it's in there, it's in the Judges. Some shit.
Now if thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
Okay? Lost and found. I can't find an ox in his mind now. Because first of all, everybody branded their animals.
Right.
So I'm going to know that Brother Jonathan, this is Brother Jonathan's ox down there by the way. And I can take it. Or if I got a servant, I said, man, go take his. I'm my brother's keeper. That's how I keep my brother. I only him, but his belongings, his children. I hold down his wife. I protect her like I protect my wife. I protect his children like I protect my children. I'm not going to treat them a different way because they're not my kid. Oh, that's not my Isha. No. Oh, that's not my robe on the floor. I don't care. Pick it up. Somebody's sissies on the floor. Pick it up. Books, the Bible, they don't belong on the floor. Pick them up. These things we uphold. We uphold the sayings of God. We don't have pictures up here. Okay, what we do? Late 80s. When we found out, right? Mid-80s. About images, which is temuna in Hebrew, which are pictures, portraits, paintings, statues, a bust, or a plaque. All these things are matzebahs and images that God say he hate. And we were the people that had paintings and pictures. There was a place in the house, all right, in ancient Babylon and ancient Egypt, and it's called the living room. And the reason why it's called the living room, because when somebody in the family dies, first of all, back then, your gods was who died from your family. It wasn't like, oh, they got a church around the corner, I'm going to go join them. No. Your gods stem from your family. Your gods was the ancestors of your family. They called it Anish, household gods. Okay? Whoever died, my great-grandfather died, he gets a picture up here. That's the idea of pictures, and putting them on the wall is called venerating. When you venerate, you worship.
And they live on in that room. So it's called the living room. And
they only put it in the room that is called the living room because they said the dead live on.
That's right.
Through these and through the body that's actually buried in that room. Before cemeteries, they buried their own in the room, which is called the living room.
That's where they get the word from.
That's where the word comes from.
Do your research.
Okay? So we got to watch it. We got a lot of work to do. Jacob told his sons, get the teraphims, get the earrings, get them images and earrings out your ears. Okay? But we're not servants no more. We ain't got to wear that stuff no more. And he took it, got them all, and he said, change your garments.
Yeah.
Yes, Syrian garments. I don't know what, but it wasn't like this. wasn't robes. We wore robes. That's what we wore.
Wasn't no shiki neither.
Okay? We didn't wear nothing here.
Wasn't no dashiki neither.
You know what this is?
African.
A robe that got cut. Okay? In the time of David, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna come down now. Right? In the time of David, a friend of his died, a king. It's the same king that required an eye from everybody in Jabez Gilead years earlier. He wound up a cool dude with David. He died. So David sent young men over to the new king, which is the son, to send his condolences and comfort. We do that. Okay? I may not come, but I'm going to send my son. Once my son is there, he represented me. You know what I'm saying? So he went, and when they got there, that young king that just became king, his counselors and advisors said, yo, I don't trust David. Don't trust David. Now that your father died, right? Because this was a thing. Men do this. And wait till the father died and run down on the family. He said, don't trust him. He came to spy you out and to take it. He was just waiting for your father to die. So he believed it. And you know what he did? He took the two men that came. They had robes on, just like this. They took it and they said, cut it hard to their buttocks. That means right here. So this, when you have t-shirts, a garment that stops here, it's not valid. They didn't wear that.
That's right.
That's what the Romans wore. And they took the shoulder out. Called a toga. Okay? We wore long robes. Everywhere in the Hebrew, it says mehil.
That's right.
Mehil means coat.
That's right.
Coat was another word for a heavy robe.
We never wore dashikis. It's African.
So all they wore were robes. They said, yo, those guys that you killed, how were they dressed? He said they all had on robes, like they were kings. He said, those are my brothers. He said, those are my brothers. If you would have saved them, I'd have saved you. But I knew who they are because that's how we dress. The book tells you how they dressed, what they ate, how they did everything. We got to stop being stubborn when we read.
It's called Moses an Egyptian.
Because he was dressed like an Egyptian.
Remember that.
You are categorized by what you
How you dress.
That's right. How you dress.
Talk about it. Africans wear dashikis.
With that, I hope you got something out of what we brought.
Baruch Shemo.
Baruch Shemo. We're going to tell my forefathers Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom to God.
Some music on something.